Day one of homelessness. Yes, I said it. I am without a house. But my living room just happens to be bigger than yours because it just includes the entire world. Yeah, basically. Free to roam. But there is one thing. I got the four girls I gotta take care of. And we're all living in a tent right now. So, first priority is getting a bigger shelter made because this tent is nice, but I got too much stuff. So I need to build something. We'll do that tomorrow. Not enough daylight. Plus, we have shelter. It's hard to get rid of all your stuff, Like, when you do it so often, sometimes it's just really difficult to let go of the things that you think you might need. I could go with just what's in a backpack, but that makes things really difficult. There's a lot of calories involved in acquiring things and blah, 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 blah. So I brought tools and things like that that I need in order to ease the suffering a little bit. So I'm going to be practicing my bushcraft and all that fun survival stuff while at the same time trying to take care of my animals. That's going to be the hard part. Got to make sure that they're well taken care of. They're priority number one. So I'll keep you in touch. This is our setup so far. Yep, got the tarp up. Tent's all cleaned up. Camp is looking a little more tidy than it was yesterday. While cooking fire going, made myself some mashed potatoes! Yeah, mashed potatoes. Just because I'm a homeless man doesn't mean I'm not a hungry man. Yeah, we like to eat too. Lots of food. I brought a lot of food with me, actually. That's the one thing I brought probably more than I needed, but I wanted to make sure I didn't have to, forage for every damn thing that I need. Calories are the number one thing that you need out here other than water. Gonna have to do a water run soon because today I spilt our jug of water because I put it where the dogs could, knock it over with a leash. Dumb move. Oops. Yep. So now I gotta make a water run. We'll do that soon. Not yet. Probably tomorrow. We got enough. Probably less until tomorrow. But tomorrow we probably should go get water somewhere, which means taking blue jug right there and filling it so we can clean that water and put it in this big jug right here. Yep, and this is the stuff that needs to go where the kitchen is. This is all food stuff, dry stock, beans, lentils, rice, oatmeal, too many grits, a lot of dry food staples, some dried fruits, figs, plums, things that make you shit. Pretty much that's what we got. Camp isn't all that great right now, but it's been sunny today and nice. We got a nice breeze. This is my half-ass attempt at waddling a wall to stop the wind from taking the fire away. But we already had a cooking fire. We're not trying to start a fire right now. We're just using the heat of what was there to dry out this wood a little bit because it has been raining non-stop here. It is April the 17th, and this is my body mass so far. Day 2 of homelessness. We'll see how skinny I get. I'm not living directly off the land, but that would be cool too. Just being realistic and know that's not possible. So, I brought food with me. Because I like to eat. Don't you like to eat? Thunderstorms tonight, my second day, and we get to experience a thunderstorm and see how well we set up our camp. I'm hoping that it's in the right spot, but it's an old tent. This tent's like uh, almost 10 years old ish. So, yeah, I don't know how waterproof it is anymore. Also, the rain's going to be useful. If we get enough water, I got all the containers out that I got, so maybe they'll fill up and I don't have to go walking anywhere to get water tomorrow. That'd be nice. Then I can focus on firewood if it's nice enough. So I'll keep in touch in the morning. This is Nala. Hi, Nala. Hello, kitty kitty. Say hi, Nala. Hey, Nala. Good girl. Rain. Rain. It's rain. Let's hope we get enough. Fingers crossed. That is Stella. She's upset that Millie's moving. All cuddled up here. Yeah. We all cuddled up here. Yeah. It's rain. My eyes adjusted to the darkness, and now the light of the phone is just like the sun to me. So I'm squinting because it's too bright. But it's thunderstorming now. It's so loud. I forgot how loud this was when there's no walls to muffle the boom after the lightning strikes. It's gonna be nice. It sounds like you're getting plenty of water out there. Those dishes, yeah. We'll see you in the morning. Catch you later. If I survive the night. Bye. We got a lot of rain last night. Whew! I had enough to fill up this completely full, but then I filled this pan with all the water in my tarp. I had to empty this side. That was full of water. And this side was full of water. Still has quite a bit of water in there. Several gallons still. I'd say maybe 2 gallons or so. The water came to us. No water run today. But also, really can't collect firewood when it's raining. But whatever. Don't need a fire. I've got things I can eat that don't require cooking. It has been too wet. And none of this firewood or any of the stuff that's hanging in the trees is actually dry enough. Like driftwood wet. So here I found a standing tree. This is nice and dry on the inside here, super dry. And I've just been slowly shaving it down to try to keep this going and dry out some of this other wood here. So there's not too many of these snags like this in my area. I mean, there's a lot of dead stuff on the ground hanging in the trees and things like that. And that field over there's got all kinds of wood in it, but it is all drenched. I'm going to be doing basic batoning. You keep your fingers out of the way and hope you don't mess up. No, just kidding. Just making little shavings. It's pretty simple. Just like that. Fingers out the way. Use something solid so you're not wasting all your energy. Smashing it into the dirt. And then you get to this nice dry stuff. You start doing your feather stick. Well, that's not exactly how you do feather stick. That's how you make shavings. But I suppose my knife needs a little hone in here. Ugh. Well, it's really weak wood. But these little shavings here is what's going to keep this fed. So I can eat. Actually, today's mission is water. We got to process that just to make sure that nobody gets sick. That's it. I'm just going to tend to fight. Successful. Got it going. Boiled a bunch of water. I had some cold water in there already, and I have these sticks here so I can put that pot on them and let it cool just before I put it in here. Otherwise, maybe I melt this, but it's only like 32 degrees right now, but it doesn't feel all that cold. Got the firewood situated so it's drying out. More water boiling. See what I got done today. Not much, but fire, shelter, water, most important things. Water came last night, purified it today, getting fire. Now firewood is, that's going to be the number one thing, but everything is soaked. So I cleared up my area, got rid of a bunch of sticks, piled them up right there, so that way they dry a little bit better. and it's also blocking the wind just a little bit. But everything's now wet. All the dry wood that I had and wanted to process is burnt. So, gotta go find some more dry stuff. Boy! Brr, it's cold. And today it is cold. Well, that it doesn't pick up on camera, but maybe barely you can see that on camera. But I can see my breath in the tent. It's a little chilly. Now, how do I stay warm? Well, blankets. Yes, I got nice blankets. I've got a sleeping bag that's 0 degrees, but I'm not using it right now. I have comforters and a couple of layers of blankets. Plus, I have two really cuddly dogs, and they definitely help me keep warm. Even Nala, she likes to curl up underneath my armpit. She'll go to sleep there. But when that's not enough, that little candle there heats up that pot, and that radiates just a little bit of heat. It ain't much, but it's better than nothing at all. And it's in the crate here, so it doesn't get knocked over. And it's in this plastic milk crate just in case that hot terracotta gets tipped over. It'll melt this plastic and not the tent or the plastic down there. I want to thank everybody who subscribed to the channel. Really appreciate that. And all the people commenting, fantastic. I love it. This helps keep me sane. It's like an outlet for me. Being alone is not good for the human brain. But I have the dog, so I'm not like truly alone. But the survival show alone is a test of your mental abilities just as much as it is your physical. Survival is a mental game. Like, you can know all the skills you need, be able to start a fire by rubbing two sticks together, but if you can't stay out of your own head, well, you're doomed to fail eventually. That's why most people on the show alone always talk about family or somebody that they missed and they want to go back to. But when you don't have somebody to go back to or a place to go back to, that gets more difficult. So staying positive, how do I do that? Well, I have my animals. That helps a lot. They are the light of my day. They bring me up. They give me a reason to go on. And also, I mean, I just really like being outside. I feel much better in the environment I'm in now than the toxic environment I was in before. So, and here's Nala again. She wants to be in the video. But that's basically it. I keep my mental game strong, and Nala helps. Got some hot water. Bringing that to a boil because it was still dirty water. And what is for lunch? I'm gonna make some soup. Here, let me show you what we got. Let's see, I got some fully cooked, dehydrated chicken bits. And this is a soup mix. Look at that. One of these little cups full. We'll take some of these dehydrated chicken bits. Delicious. Still really warm. Just got off the fire. Exactly what I needed. What are you eating for lunch? Two really nice sized chunks of coal on the old train tracks. And we have a load of fat wood because these trees have all kinds of little knobs like this. You can see the difference. It's kind of hard to camera, but you can see this darker wood right here versus the lighter wood down here. This is full of pine resin. This is by the base of the tree and is extremely good for starting fires. Yep, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this, but I want to try to make a Minecraft torch with just coal and sticks. Doubt it's going to work, but it'll be a fun project. I also built this debris wall. It's nothing fancy. It looks kind of crappy, honestly. I didn't put a lot of effort into it because I didn't want to waste a dumb amount of calories. It's just to block the view of the camp from that direction and set a barrier for the dogs. That's basically it. It helps keep these super white and obvious things a little more hidden. Quite honestly, with all the smoke coming from the fire, it's not like it really makes much of a difference. So far, got a nice pile of firewood there. Try not to use too much wood on these walls here. I mean, just a little bit that I did there really broke up the view. Now I'm back in the tent where my inflatable mattress pad is deflated. Honestly, it's always been a deflating pad. You inflate it, it goes flat. You get frustrated, you inflate it, and the process repeats. And this one was supposed to be a puncture proof. Puncture proof. I had it replaced once, and they sent me the new one with a coil of metal in it, so that way they could prove that it was puncture proof. But I'm pretty sure it isn't that it's punctured. I'm pretty damn sure that there's a seam that's not sealed properly or something, because I just aired this up twice in the last 20 minutes and now it's flat again. Whatever. Morning. It's so cold last night that this cup of water I left on the fire has become ice. Look at that, it's frozen solid. It's like 20 degrees out. The coldest night we've had so far. It was very comfortable for me and the girls and Nala, because we all slept underneath the blankets where it stayed around 50, 55 or so. But Stella does not like to snuggle underneath the blankets, so poor girl was cold. But she would snuggle up with us every now and again. She just doesn't, she's not a snuggler. She's not a cuddler, unfortunately for her. But she was trying, so maybe if we get a couple more cold nights, she'll learn that the blankets are warmer. Oh, God. Well, getting up this morning was the worst. Like, when you're in something warm and you can stick your head out underneath the blankets and realize that your nose just instantly got froze, you don't want to get up to pee. No, it's too cold for that. You can hold it. So 6 o'clock this morning, I decided I was sleeping in until 8. Now the sun's out. Out in that field looks very inviting. Unfortunately, there's no place to put a tent out there because it's all furrows and logs. Definitely have frost, and my favorite pooping log is frosted over. So it looks like I'm gonna wait because nobody likes cold toilet seat. How beautiful it is. This is a place that they logged a couple years back or something. I'm not sure how long ago it was, but lots of firewood. That's the nice thing. And plenty of big logs that have been left behind that I could use for building stuff. Shelters, log benches, or whatever, chairs, something to sit on. Pretty much anything bushcraft. I can do a lot with this stuff. For breakfast, this is an oatmeal mix and some dried cherries. Do a scoop. Scoop of that. And then just drop in a few of those and add some hot water. Fire's died down. Let's see if the pots I put in here turn to ceramic. Let's see. Well, that might be. Let's see, what about this? Ooh, looks like I got a crack in it. Yeah, it looks like they cracked, but now let's gotta let these cool. Today is April 20th. So I made an ashtray and a straw. Wasn't meant to hold anything important. And it was a test fire to see if this clay was worth using. It seems to be good. And my 420 straw has turned out pretty good. Now I have a backup. Yes, it worked well. But I had to put some birch bark in there. You coil up one really thin layer of birch bark to make a filter. I cleared out all this space for a wiki up. Look what I found. Bushcraft gold. Yeah, look at this. Right there. These little crystals here of sap can save your life. Good for fire starter, antiseptics, all kinds of good stuff. Taking a little break. Real cool. Let's see if it works. Minecraft torch. Very simple. It's a stick and a piece of charcoal. I only got one. I didn't get four for some reason. I left my flint and steel in my other chest, so I'm going to have to use the campfire to light this. Looks like it's going pretty good. Let's try. Well, almost. All right, I think I can actually smell it now. Let's see. Hey, if it wasn't for the wind, this just might work. Well, I'll see if I can figure out how to make that work. Maybe some pine sap or pine pitch or something like that. Or just smaller pieces of charcoal. Maybe grind it up and make a paste out of it and make the stick smaller. Logs. I'll end up making something out of that for Stella to come outside with. Now I just need to make a wood mallet, a couple of wedges, and split it down the middle. I'm going to use that for a future project. It'll be very useful. I got the top piece that is thin enough. That's one pole that I need for the wiki up. I can't wait to get that started. Tomorrow I should have the other two poles. I burnt up all the firewood. Cleaned up around the fireplace just a little bit. Moved those leaves way further back. It's still really wet. And then I made myself a little kitchen spot. So I can sit down and have some tea or coffee and eat some food. And the dogs can't smell anything. Took my siesta in the hammock today. Oh, that was pretty comfortable. Made my back feel better too. I took some of the charcoal from the fire yesterday out after it cooled down and gathered a bunch of fat wood there from the trees I knocked over. Since we're just down to kindling and that stuff, tomorrow I'm going to clean up this area here and get rid of all the leaves, move them back over that way so I can use that in the wiki up. And then I'm going to have a spot right here for my firewood. Yes, she does use a litter box. She likes her pets too, but only when she's willing to be pet, just like a cat. It is chow time. I have a different hotspot and it's slower so far. Signal hasn't been great. So uploads are iffy. Took a long time yesterday to upload a 2-minute video. I got my 3 poles lined up. Wrapped all 3 of them 9 times. I made a slip knot and attached it to the center pole, which is the largest of the poles that I have, and then wrapped around. Now I have to take all of this rope and go individually around this way in between each of these to bind this tripod. This is the fun part, actually. So somehow I have to get in between here, which is not too difficult on this one. This one over here, it's a pretty tight gap. That one will be interesting. I might have to readjust the lug a bit. Just like that. I'll run around 6 times each. Every other wrap, I wrapped it under itself and then pulled it nice and tight, so that way it was secure. Now I just got to stand these 3 up. This is at the perfect height. I can't quite reach the top, but I'm only about maybe a hand and a half away from the top. I can reach my arm out to each of these poles. See? Just barely touch it. When I'm standing almost in the center here, right by this rope. Nice and easy, see? It'll give me plenty of room. It's basically just for storage anyways. But I might maybe sleep in it. I don't know. Who knows? It'll be fun. First time I've ever made one. Break time! Just got back from a walk. It's hot. We took a break, went for a walk. We're low on water. It's supposed to rain tomorrow. Hopefully we collect enough rainwater like we did last time, and boom, no more gathering. But if not, then we gotta go and get a little bit of water. Because we're low. Too low. Uncomfortably low. But it's okay. Plenty of water all over the place. We're flooded literally everywhere. But the wiki up is not done. It's going to take a lot more work. Just gathering the materials. Next video, maybe? We went to look for morel mushrooms. Because we're hoping that the water and the sun and the heat would tell them to unearth themselves. But nope, not yet. We'll wait a few more days. After the water tomorrow and a couple of 70-degree days, maybe the soil will be hot enough. I can't wait for morels. Stay tuned. Tired. Well, today it has been interesting. Got up early, wasn't guaranteed on when the rain was going to be here, so I went and dug a witching hole. I would go show you, but it's raining now. So, dug the witching hole and it was going to take some time for the sediment to settle down. So the girls and I went on a mile hike, half mile there, half mile back, to grab water at the nearest creek. And that was fun because it's a really steep ravine. Like, I didn't bring my phone because I didn't want to break it, and I actually wasn't thinking about it, so I didn't record the trip. We went down and grabbed about, I don't know, half that blue jug full of water because I didn't want to carry it all back full. God, that was a long walk. And now I'm sheltering from the rain so my phone doesn't get wet because there's a crack in the screen. Yeah. But I'm cooking. Nothing like some hot soup when it's rainy. Sitting at the table for a quick photo op while the rain is, well, holding back. I can still feel sprinkles. But we've got some summer sausage, cheese, and bean soup. It's got lentils, beans, peppers, onions. I threw some rice in there for thickness. It's got the soup mix in it, some of the dried chicken bits, salt, pepper, and other herbs and spices. And I feel like it needs more garlic, but I'm not going to add it to it. I think it'll be just fine for now. Now I'm just letting it cool down and thicken up. And I made enough for 2 bowls. Anybody else hungry? Well, I'm all fed and not making any progress on the wiki up in the rain. Number 1 rule of survival: stay warm, stay dry, stay alive. So, I'm going in the tent. I got this reinforced with some heavier duty stuff because she keeps on ripping the screen. See? Holds, and I keep patching these things, but eventually there's just no more thing to sew to. So, I got a piece of whatever this is called and fashioned it in front of the door. And it seems to be working so far. If you're looking for a good book to read while it's raining, Bushcraft 101, a field guide to the art of wilderness survival. Dave Canterbury also has a YouTube channel if that's more your speed. I wanted the book, so if I was on the go, I did not have to worry about internet connection. I am not sponsored by Dave Canterbury, and I'm not selling his book. It's just something that I personally bought and thought was very useful. It's very handy, has all kinds of stuff in it that's extremely useful, and it's smaller than the SAS Survival Guide, so it's more realistic when you actually need to carry it with you. Day 10, sun finally come out. We processed this water today. We gathered the poles we needed to finish the sidewalls and get the weaving started. Pretty much been waiting for the sun so I could charge my phone and record a little bit of stuff. We went and collected another table so we can have an eating table and a prep table. This log here, because I'm tired of lifting this up and down onto the cooler, and it may seem silly, but that's calories spent that don't need to be spent. And I got the solar out here on this log. Millie and Rin, they're absolutely loving the sun right now. We're going to go on a WALK. Oh, I think she knows. Let's go! Looks like they're grazers. Brought them to eat some grass. Stella and Nala are enjoying the sunshine too. I also cleaned and seasoned this tiny pan here. I heated it up in the fire to cook all of the stuff that was on it off. It had like a thing painted on the back. And I thought it was a gross misuse of a nice little pan. So I burnt it in the fire, and then I took some sand and a stick and cleaned it all up, washed it out, stuck it back in the fire, let it dry, put some oil in it, and seasoned it. So hopefully it don't rust now. I'm going to probably season it one more time before I use it. Now for dinner, we have a garlic potato mix. This is some vegetable shortening to add some extra fat. And this is some pemmican I made. This will also add extra fat and some beef bits. Now I just got some water boiling. Pour that in there. Should be about enough. And then let the hot water do its work. It'll soften up this shortening and the pemmican here. And I can mix it all together and chow down. As one of my favorite YouTubers would say, bone apple teeth. Morning. Water's getting hot. Getting ready to make some coffee. I'm gonna grind it up the old-fashioned way. Right there. That's the perfect consistency. This is not your traditional coffee cup, but the grounds stay in the bottom there when you drink it. And it's sort of like a little wine glass, but works really well for ground coffee. Let that drain out a little bit. And you can see there's still some floating on top there. Separated out hardwoods. This is great firewood, makes great coals. Got the other spot cleaned up. Got this wall done. Started a wall over on that side. It still needs a little bit of work. Did not work on the wiki up. I was tired. It was a bad day, and we did other stuff. But I got the top piece kind of woven in a bit. These little pieces here in between, they're just there to stop the debris from falling through. I want to weave as much of the tiny branches in there as possible, so when I throw on all this other debris, it's not falling through. Basically, that's all. I just need to do a couple more rings and loops, and then weave all these other branches in between. I just didn't do that today. It was a long day. It was rough. I woke up sore. Sleeping on the ground for 11 days. Got to get used to that. Not used to that. Besides, it's a sunny day. I have a hammock. Oh, you're still here? Good night. See you tomorrow. That's all today. Maybe I'll find some morels tomorrow. This is probably one of the most simple and useful tools you can make in the bush. All you need is two pieces of wood equally length, two pieces of string also equal length. You tie them together and then you just twist them into an X, like so. You lay it on the ground, you put your sticks in it, you grab the two ends, and here's your handles. Here's the one stick. The other one's right here. Just gotta grab that. Much easier with two hands. Just hold on to it like it's a basket. That'll be a good start. Tuck it in between these. Weave it in, see? Got it in between those. Then I want to wrap it around this way, just like this. Then you can take these and run it down along this way. And go in between. Oops, I just broke it because I'm going too fast. If you go slow, you tend to not break them. Off to get water. And this is our water source. Boil everything. Let's go. On the road again. Got it situated so the majority of the weight is on my hips, my lower back. Honestly, it doesn't feel that bad. I'm a little tired, but we're already almost halfway there, so not bad. And now we are at camp. Spout back on it, get some firewood. Look at that beautiful sky. That kind of looks like rain clouds. Although we do have enough sun today to be able to charge up my phone charger. Every battery bank that was a solar charger I purchased was bull crap. They broke, they didn't work. I have one from Leeway that has never worked. It'll detect that there's sunlight, but you can leave it in the sun for days and it will not charge. Not a single bar with the solar. And it's been like that way since I got it. I even had it replaced. Bought a different brand that folds out. It worked once till I used it, folded it back together, and the solar panel didn't work anymore. So I returned that one, got a new one, and the same thing. It just didn't work. So I decided to buy something bigger, and they work, but they're also faulty. I've had this one for 5 years now, and it's falling apart, but it works. And the wiki up is done. Just kidding. I planted seeds last night and grew a yurt. And a stove. No, just kidding. My other tent is nice, but not big enough. I can build shelters and whatnot, but they're just not going to be nearly as waterproof as a tent. The ground is not flat, so I must make it flat. Otherwise, this thing is going to be one lumpy bed. And I already have one of those. I'd like a new one. Yeah. Sometimes bushcraft ain't pretty, and it's a oh, magic. Can you do that? Voila! Ground tamper. Help keep the ground flat. Basic, simple, not gonna last forever. Just long enough to do this job. Wasted way too many calories on it. Too many. Next time I'll try better. I remember when I lost my mind. I must be crazy. I need to make a new tool. I just broke it twice. Broke the handle. Tried to put a new handle on it. Broke the fucking tool! I'm gonna try anyways. Let's see if this works. It's broken. It wasn't a very good lug to use. This is future me. It didn't work. It just didn't work. The shovel is the way to go. So, what have I been up to? I have been chasing the sun. Haha! Yes, we didn't have any sun yesterday. It rained. Well, it sprinkled pretty much all day, but it rained all day. Good for the mushrooms, not good for survival. So, I stayed in the yurt most of the day. Didn't do anything. But that's okay, because I got to sleep, and I really needed to rest. My back and hips and all that were hurting. Wasn't sleeping very good. Apparently, sleeping on the ground at my age is not all that great for your back. Who knew? Oh yeah, the old people knew. The old people knew. Well, anyways, yeah. So I had a fire in the yurt last night. In the wood stove in the yurt, not in the yurt. Uh, anyways, it went well, but there's a lot of things I don't like with the wood stove. A lot of things. Like this hopper port not sealing properly. There's little holes here that air can suck in, and then through the side here, there's a little too much wiggle room. Should have that fire sealed. The door here, you can see fire sealed, not. And this, you can't quite see it on camera, but when you get to the right angle, you can see that it is also not closing off the oxygen completely, which means if anything were to happen, you can't just snuff out your fire because there's no dampener. And you can see when it's lit that in the corners here, you can see that these aren't sealed properly and suck in air, which is also a problem. Not that big of a deal if this thing sealed properly and if the door sealed properly. It was me, silly. Other than that, it's all right. This tent yurt is really big and gives us the space that we need, but Stella still seems to want to dig at the screen. So I got this set up right here. And I brought her in this log, hollowed it out a little bit more. Maybe that'll entertain her more than digging at the damn gate? I don't know. But I understand. She's got the whole open world in front of her and she's stuck in this damn thing. I would be upset too. Today was all about processing the water we got the other day. It was too windy. Day before last, we had a big storm, 30-mile-an-hour winds, no fires. So we gathered firewood, processed as much water as we could today, cooked a big meal for lunch, late lunch, pound hamburger between all of us. It's fatty foods that we need to stay warm. It's like 3% consumed is burned to process the rest, whereas like carbohydrates is like 27%, and I think proteins is around 25%. So fats are efficient, and you need them for brain function. Get up there. Get up there. Oh, you don't want it up there? Okay, I'll bring it down here. There you go.
Hello. Hi. Are you subscribed?
I picked up my junk, put it in that tent, except for that, basically, and my tool cart that's broken. And then the food over here. Gotta find a better place for that. I don't like that it's so close to camp. That should be 100 feet away, and so should the kitchen. But this is the kitchen, the dining area. I've moved the fire over to here because it's too close to the yurt and the dogs, and moved all of our kitchenware stuff in this crate over to here and set up here. Got vegetables. This was the pemmican bag, but we're going to keep that. Some peanut butter in there. We got some farm fresh eggs, and I pickled some, hard boiled and pickled some. Those are really good. We found a bunch of witch's fingers, thumbs. This must be her nose, I think. Or maybe it was a warlock. Don't know. And we improved a path here to go directly to this field instead of going this roundabout way that doesn't take us where we need to go. So when we're bringing in wood, we can come straight to the camp, especially when we're coming from that direction. The heavy winds brought down this pine tree. I chopped her in half and took the top piece, used that for firewood for inside the yurt tonight. 11 degrees this morning when I woke up. So happy I have the wood stove in the yurt. wow, it got cold. And now we're all just chilling. You see this? That's from improperly using an axe, and a stick snapped and fling and bam, right there in between my lips. Imagine if that was my eyeball. Seems like my wall might have an infestation. Brr, it's cold in here. It must be the Michigan atmosphere. We've packed a bag and we're gonna go for a hunt. Spring trees are flowering. The walking trail. Maybe we'll find some mushrooms. All flooded over here. On the other side. Hey, would you look at that? The sun kind of came out. Stopped raining. It's still all wet here. No mushrooms. Not yet. Not sure when they cut this. Look at all that firewood. I bet you back there somewhere is a spot I can put a yurt. Do you see what I see? Do you see it? Oh, now. With that sun out, it got really warm and I started to sweat, so I had to strip some gear. We come back to camp, get the dogs a drink, me get a drink because I didn't bring water. Got a life straw, but not for the dogs, and it's all nasty water that way. So now we're back out to scouting. Well, let's go! So this path is really handy getting where we need to go. Fortunately for us, there's a lot of state land alongside it. This connects us to everything that we need, really. Well, we were wandering through this cut area and we found a bird nest. It popped up right underneath our feet. Thankfully, we didn't step on it. You see it down there? I'm not entirely sure. I didn't get a great look, but it was a rusty red-like bird. I'll have to do some research. Here's another great find. This is a polypore named cinnabar, and it's not edible technically because it tastes like toxic everything, I'm sure. It's not toxic though. It's a polypore, but you can use these for dyes. Yeah, that might come in handy. Cool. And we're back in time for dinner. We are sweating some morels, and then we're gonna add a little bit of veggie oil, salt and pepper. We're heating up some water for the mashed potato mix. It's windy as heck outside, so I don't want to have a fire out there, and I'm doing the thing you shouldn't do and cooking in the yurt. I usually heat up water, so not a big deal, but the smell of the mushrooms and all that stuff, hopefully bears don't like morels. Woo! The wind! The wind! Yes! Yes, the wind, Rin! Yeah, tell it to stop! Firewood! Water! Pretty much a daily task, or at least every other day. Safety first. I learned my lesson. Gotta keep my eyes sharp, because sticks are sharper. I keep losing track of the days, so I made myself a counting stick. This branch fell from a tree. Look how worn this is. What's that? A new project? Ah, what could it be? If you said Minecraft sign, you were right. Let's try to make some ink. Now it's powder. Add in a little water. It's hydrophobic, meaning it's gonna reject that water. Nope, not food. Woo! That come out nice. Well, my lettering's a little off, but it'll do. We've got our basket full. We have a bunch of pine cones because wow, do these just fall right off the tree in this wind, and they make really good fire starter. This is a little bit bigger wood and a little bit wetter. And then all the shavings we got from making that Minecraft sign will help a lot when we need to start a fire. Yep, this is it. I'm going to have to cook in here tonight because I can't have a fire outside. It's way too windy. I'm actually a little concerned. If I don't make it tonight, it's because a tree landed on us. No joke. And this is exactly why I need a counting stick. Yep. Did all those videos today and didn't realize that that was off by one. Day 18. Day 19. Brunch. Spicy curried vegetables. Carrots, onions, pepper, potato, and some dehydrated mushrooms I got last year. I don't know what they are. Hey, we just found a salad. Something you definitely don't want to put in your salad. This is the false morel. Some people call it a beefsteak. It's not a beefsteak. Beefsteaks are polypores. They used to be a substitute for steak. When you cut into them, they look like pink raw beef. That's why they're called beefsteak. Sometimes these are also called brain mushrooms, which makes way more sense than beefsteak, but it's one of those weird colloquial misnomers around here. And they are not good. And it's an accumulative poison. Don't put it in your body. You don't need to. It's also a marcella. So they're a great sign that morels are probably in the area too, because they grow where morels grow, because they're in the same family or genus or whatever that is. Don't quote me on that. Ah, another delectable. Fiddleheads. These ones are a little too far gone. You want to get them when they're more curled than this. Ooh, another delectable. Fiddlehead. Yoink. You'll go nicely in a little saute. This is sinew. I collected this from a deer harvested about 2 years ago, and I got a bunch of it. What I'm trying to do is make this. See, I've got a loop already. Oops, this is. There we go. I got a loop. Yep, woven right in. Now I just got to make this as big as I can possibly get it for a bow. Yep, sinew bowstring. Project for a rainy day. Might even be able to use some of that for tying up gear. These are pressure flakers for napping, not cat napping. Flint napping. Stone napping. Napping. Primitive napping. Not disease. This one here is a scraper for hides and whatnot. Small for tiny hides. I need to get a bigger one for bigger hides. Here's another pressure flaker, a bit bigger. These three, well, four are all hammers. This one's finished. The edges are rounded so you get nice accurate strikes. It's not super heavy. This one's unfinished. I haven't fully rounded this off, so these are really bumpy. Still, as fur. I suggested to make lures on a rainy day, and I think some of this might make a good lure. Day 20. Cleaning out the chimney pipe. Got it disassembled. We're going to collect all of the creosote and maybe make some lamp black ink. And just like that, it's clean. Look at all that. And now we just grind it up. It's extremely important to wear some sort of protection when dealing with fine particles. This is what the charcoal looks like after sitting for a couple of days. It has soaked everything up. Now it's just this really fine paste here. Now I'll add a little bit more water to that and reuse that. Well, it seems this is way more hydrophobic than the charcoal is. It is not mixing very well with this water, and it doesn't look like it's doing much as far as ink. So I'm going to let it sit. Ooh, wild strawberries. Look at these. Leaves are also edible. We don't want to take too many of these, though. I would rather have the strawberries. Just a couple of leaves, maybe. Let's see this one too. Make some tea. This is where I find my witch's fingers, but this is a really interesting pattern. I've never seen this before. These are all fat wood. That's why they're preserved. See? Super resinous. I'm gonna widen this and make a toilet. Hey, now I got a unisex toilet. Toilet's all set up. It's a deep hole. A little over 1.5 feet, maybe 2 feet. You don't really want to go any deeper than 3. Composting layer and all. Bacteria won't go any deeper to break it down. Collected some yucca fibers from a ditch. People here grow them ornamentally. I need to soak them because I need to rot the green pulp off from this so I can get the cordage. I thought it was one really big snake. Nope. It's a pair of blue racers. One's a good size though. That's cool. I think they're mating. I'm going to leave them alone. This wood processing log has seen better days. Now we're going to upgrade to this bad boy. Nice and big, a lot sturdier, and we can stick sticks in there once we carve this out a little bit, and hopefully they don't go flying all over the place, saving us time, so I'm going to pick up all these little tiny sticks for the yurt. Gotta have good tools, or a good brain. That's a pretty decent start. That'll get us through a couple of days at least in the yurt. Day 21. Did some more work on the wiki up. It's coming along nicely. Did some more weaving. We got a little bit to do on this side and the back side. She's been pretty needy right now. I'm just going to sit here and chill and do a little 420. Yeah, I mean, it's not hard work, but it definitely is work to get that wiki up done. It's not been a priority. It's the only reason it's not done. I had other things to worry about, like the basic needs, like water, firewood, 2 most important things. My shelter's already been taken care of. So that thing, not keeping me warm at night, that's what the yurt and the wood stove is for. So if those basic needs aren't met, then that can't be justified. And some days I just don't feel like doing it at all. Like I said, it's not a lot of work, but it is work and it does expend calories. So I got to be mindful of all that kind of stuff. But I can't wait till it's done, because when it's done, I feel like this camp will be complete. Other than the woodshed. Right over there, in between there and there, I want to make a little lean-to, well, a big lean-to, and that's where I'll store my firewood to keep it dry. It needs a little bit more. There's a big pile of it over there. I'm going to continue tomorrow. It's already dinner time, so we're done for the day. Work is over. No more work after that. No more sweating. At night, you take off your sweaty clothes, your dirty socks, so you stay clean and you don't freeze, because when you got sweat, you die. Thank you, Les Stroud. Learned so much from you as a kid. One more vertical there and here, and I think the rest is good. These are all looking nice. Got enough to weave in between. We'll patch up the holes, and then we'll collect some pine boughs tomorrow. That's going to be a table. Twin is waiting out there somewhere. Soot and creosote definitely did not mix with the water. We're going to add a little bit of soap. That looks like it's mixing way better. I think it's thoroughly mixed. I'm not sure if it's going to make good ink or not. It looks a little thin. Well, I'm going to leave that sit and see what it does. Well, my cooking fire has burnt down to the coals that I need. I'm going to make some dinner. Not sure what I'm having yet. But that's all for the day. See you tomorrow. Well, my ocarina broke. Put it in my pocket, knelt down, and boop, felt a pop. I've had this for over 10 years. I've taken really good care of it, and then one mistake. Too tight of pants, and that was that. Yep, we're collecting water again. Somebody put a ladder in. This is really deep, actually. There's a just really big log going through on this side. It's kind of less turbulent over here. I'm curious if there's any fishing here. Brought some fishing stuff. Set the girls over there. They're not so happy that they're not with me, but it's much easier going around that with them. We would have ended up in the water. Found some mullen, but this stuff is really close to an oil spill here. In that cut area. Get out of there, girls. Yeah, we don't like that. Here's a nice patch. Mullen is good for lots of stuff. I'm going to make a tea out of it for my lungs. White birch, 27 layers of bark. Each layer has its own medicinal purposes, and it's excellent for fire tinder. Not to mention, in the springtime, just like maple syrup, you can tap these trees and make a really delicious birch sap syrup that's also really good for you. We have been seeing an unbelievable amount of blue racers. Look how big this guy is. Look at that guy. He's a chunky one. Or maybe it's a girl. See you later. Here's a tip. If you see anything that looks like something's been eating on it, or obvious slime trails, leave it alone. You don't want to eat it. Meningitis isn't worth it. Got another lucky pair. Yeah. Yeah. Emerald! You didn't give Tony his money. Johnny Two-Toes send his regards. See how this one looks more like a teepee? This one here is rounded. It's because this one, I believe, is a cone morel, and this one is a black morel. Day 22 was a success. Look at all that. Got some whites, some grays or stonies maybe, some blacks. There's a cone morel here and here. A couple of them were already dried, I think. This one here. But it was still good. It is day 23 of being homeless. Got a whole bunch of firewood. Yeah, super important. Tired of doing it all the time. I want to get a bunch. Big old pile. That's a lot, but it's still not enough. It's never enough. It's always about the firewood. It's not more important than shelter, and it's not more important than water. They're a trinity. Meaning you need all three of those things in order to live, right? Yes, you need food, but you can go a lot longer without food than you can with water. And trust me, dehydration headaches are the worst. Oh, you just don't feel like doing anything, and then you start making mistakes, and that's where things go wrong. Left this overnight, and look at that. That's looking way better. The consistency of this needs some work. I gathered up all of the wood chips and debris that was around the fire and from chopping the wood and put it here next to the toilet. So when we're done, we can throw some of that in there and keep the smell down and compost. And then we toss a tiny little bit of dirt in on top of it. And eventually that hole fills up. And then we go someplace else, dig a new hole, process repeats. Composting toilets are pretty cool, actually. Really, really useful. This one's in the ground, so you don't have to worry about peeing in it. But usually you don't urinate in a composting toilet, but this doesn't really matter. It's outside, it's in the ground, all that water and extra liquid's just going to go down into the earth. It's surprising how little it smells. You can have one in your house. Use a lot less water. Maybe try an earth ship if you're interested. It'd be really cool. We have filled our baskets. This should last us about 2 days. Ish. While boiling water, maybe a little less. It's almost all hardwoods, so it should last a little bit longer because the coals are nicer. The problem with burning pines is creosote buildup. Also, wet wood or green wood does the same thing. So ideally, you want to get hardwoods. And you can tell the difference between a softwood and a hardwood by pressing your nail into the wood. And if you can indent it with your fingernail, it's a softwood. You also need to know this for primitive fire starting methods like the bow drill or hand drill or anything like that. You need to know the difference. Softwoods make a big difference when you're trying to start a fire. I'm not very good at the primitive fire starting methods, something I need practice in. Now the rest of the day is just boiling some water. Get that done and the basic needs are finished. Day 24, breakfast. Old-fashioned oats, fig pieces, cherries, cinnamon, no sugar. Gonna try to make some flatbread. This is rice flour here for pancake mix, but I left out the egg because I ain't got one. Key is thinness. We want it to be thin because it's flatbread. We want to wrap it. The last hard-boiled egg I had and half an onion. I'm going to make myself a nice little delicious wrap here on day 24. Yeah. Not bad. Not my favorite. Not bad. Cheers. Hope you have something delicious to eat. This is probably better than most of the things I've had last week or so. Kind of get tired of the same old, same old. You know what I'm saying? Millie's over here telling me that I should give her some too. She wants to sample some. Minus the onion. I carved out 2 new signs. This one's pretty small, but it'll get a message across. And this one, I can point in a direction if I need to, or I can hang it and have a whole lot of words on it. Small words, but I'm not sure what he's going to say. I'll figure that out sometime in the future. But what I really wanted was all that shavings. Yes, those are really nice for starting fires, especially late at night when you really don't want to be struggling with fire. I've lowered the quality of my videos because it helps with uploads. I don't know if you've noticed, and if you have, please let me know whether or not my videos are coming across clear enough. Um, I've got very limited signal and it takes a long time to upload, so I can't do it like 1080p anymore. So I've been trying to cut it down a little bit to minimize that space. Oh my god, it is so damn cold. I am so tired of being cold. So cold this morning that my phone didn't even really want to turn on. I got a fire going. It don't matter though. I'm gonna have to build a better shelter for the winter because there's no way I'm gonna live in this thing. Day 25. Ah, and I'm already in a bad mood. Ugh, it's a rough night. We're geared up and on our way out looking for food. We need proteins. Maybe we'll get some fish traps or something like that started. Something, I don't know. We need something because I need to do traps so they're working for me because every time I go out hunting, especially when I take the girls, I find nothing. And yeah, it's just not working out. So we need food, protein. Beans and rice are nice, but they don't cut it. I don't know for sure, but I think I found a fairy house. You got a mushroom garden over here. Look at that. That's got to be a fairy house. You got a little garden up on top. Oh, this thing is cool. Thought it was worth sharing. Posing right next to it. Perfect, Millie. It may not show up on camera very well, but the entire valley here is pretty smoky. And you can kind of see the blue haze right over here. That is not from us. Not us. That's like the second day that this has happened. I'm not entirely sure what's going on. I know a couple miles from here they're clearing out some farmland. Maybe they're burning the trees and stumps and stuff this time of year. Hopefully that's what it is. We're really careful about our fires. But I laid down to take a nap and I woke up, and this is what I woke up to. I was a little worried. Second day in a row, I was like, well, maybe there's a forest fire someplace. I should look into that. And doesn't seem to be any warnings about it. Oh well. Hopefully we don't burn up. Hey, check out my grocery getter. I just made this. It's made with pegs, the holes and pegs. Pretty simple design. It's got a wood axle. Let's see if it holds up. It's only meant to go get some groceries at the pantry. Hopefully I make it there tomorrow. My ride cancels on me all the time, so this is what I gotta do. Self-reliance. Got these protein powder mixes, 30 grams for a serving, way more than beans and lentils will give us, and I can drink this on the go. We got some sparkling grape juice. We got a salad here. This is dinner for me. We just had lunch because it's cold. Chicken quesadillas. Mwah. They were not gluten-free, unfortunately, for me, so I only had 2 of them. But I was able to give each of my girls their own quesadilla. Art did not perform very well because, well, it's green wood. I slapped it all together. But my wedges here come out, so this got really sloppy. And it was a real mess. We got there, and thankfully my mom ended up showing up at the church pantry to pick us up. So, fortunate for us, we didn't have to walk back in the rain because it was getting cold and it started to downpour really heavily. We've boiled up some more eggs so we can put them in our brine. We have refilled our coffers. We got some bananas, which is great. Some meats down there, some hamburger, pork, a bunch of more veggies, some fruits. Pretty excited about those. A big old block of cheese over here. Yum. Haven't had cheese in a while. That thing is a luxury right there. All of this. We got all kinds of snacks, some seasonings, a couple of canned goods down here, some spaghetti sauce, and yams. I love yams. Peanut butter, some teriyaki. I'm going to enjoy the hell out of that. Get more of our granola. We love this stuff right here. This is delicious. It may not seem like a lot, but that little bit extra helps a lot. The church I go to is awesome, actually. I'm not like religious or anything like that, but the pantry is close, and they're good people. So I go there and I get some conversation, and they actually care whether or not I'm alive and breathing, which is really nice, actually. Homeless people aren't always treated very nicely, so it's nice that these people, they don't see me as a homeless guy, they see me as a guy. It's nice. It's really nice. And the only thing left on my agenda tonight is getting more firewood to make it through another night so I can do it again tomorrow. I'm tired. The walk-in this morning really hurt my hips. I had to leave super early in the morning. Yeah, so I'm tired. I'm gonna lay down, take a siesta, and when I wake up, I'm gonna do firewood, and then I'm gonna eat dinner, and I'm gonna go to bed, and hopefully wake up tomorrow morning. See y'all tomorrow. Sorry, it's not a very exciting video, but it's been raining all day, and I know I could do more productive things in the tent, but I don't wanna. It is cold and wet and windy. No fires outside, so we cooked our breakfast inside. I don't like doing this, but I mean, what do you do, right? Either set the forest on fire or fight a bear. I'd rather fight a bear than fight a forest fire, honestly. Today, since we're in the yurt, I'm processing yucca. And I've only gotten 1 leaf done, but I wanted to show some progress. Basically, I'm taking my thumb and I'm scraping the green off from this. And then I'm pulling each of these individual fibers apart. And then I'm going to weave those, twist those together, reverse twist. And that's what I'm going to use to make some traps, because I don't want to use my paracord for this. I got very little paracord, and I want to use that for things that need strength. And these traps, they don't need strength. And it's much easier to use this yucca than it is like roots and bark and all the other stuff. Bark works, but you got to find the right kind of bark. And I don't have any dog bane in the area, or at least that I've not found dog bane. So I'm going to use the yucca that I do have. It's going to take me a little while, though. Usually I rot this green off from there by soaking it in water for about a month or so. And I find that works much better. You get way more fiber out of it, and it's just a lot easier. It just falls right off on its own. I don't have the time to wait for that. To start your cordage, you want to twist. I twist away, kinking on itself. Boop. Kinks. Okay. Now you pinch it, hold it nice and tight, twist, grab the bottom, pull the bottom to the top, just like that. And you repeat that process. You're looking for something kind of like this. So you add more. Wow. Once you get to the point where you need to, short side, you take the extra bit, you lay it perpendicular, adjust it how you need it, so that way the majority of what you're adding goes to the side that you need. Like so. Got some down here too. Make sure your fibers are connected. You just twist this up, fold it under just like you would before, and didn't just repeat the same process by twisting and folding. And that's how you splice it in. It's really easy. If you don't do that little bit there, your rope will pull apart. There's nothing that's stopping it from ripping itself out. So that's the best way to do that. I learned that the hard way. Day 28. Hi, I'm no danger to you. We're not going to eat you. I just want to give you a spotlight on YouTube. Welcome to YouTube. Look at you. It's kind of difficult to tell how wide this snake is on the camera here, but I'd say it probably would just barely be able to fit into a toilet paper tube. I'm harvesting all of the dead leaves and needles and stuff like that ethically. Any place there's a lot of these uh, green plants coming up, I'm not taking. I've only been removing where I'm making a path in places around the wiki up, and like this place right here that didn't have any green life, but you can see I skipped around where the life was and left everything here. Trying to have a minimal impact with my shelters. I want to be able to utilize the forest without decimating all of the other life that was relying on that stuff before I got here. Well, we all need to live here, so I guess managing that by just taking mindfully is a responsible thing to do. Millie and I are taking a break in the hammock. We've processed all but about one pan left in that blue jug. All the water's clean in that jug, which makes me happy. It is an absolutely beautiful day, nice and warm. I'm in my t-shirt. Got the solar charging here. Battery banks powering up here. This is the thing I was saying earlier that does not work very well. But with this thing that was lent to me, that actually charges. And yeah, it's worth it. We got another one down there that's plugged into it because this can charge two things at once. And this thing only charges one thing at once. But this one does it faster. Wilderness survival is knowing characteristics. Now, this is a cattail. This has the characteristics that you need. If you can't find cattails, you can look for other things that have the same characteristics, which is light and fluffy. You see that? that will catch a spark and go up like gasoline. We have returned from the library. Millie and Rin are taking a break. That was quite a walk. Along the trail, we found two more morels popping up and waving at us. We got into town, and there was some free stuff on the side of the road at somebody's house. So we got this, which is going to be great for when we're processing water. Another big metal bowl, but unfortunately, this one has a rubber bottom, so no campfire cooking on that, but could be useful for other things. And we got another t-shirt, which is going to be nice. It's green colored. So this is day 28. Nope, 29. And the mosquitoes are crazy right now. And unfortunately, we're under a fire advisory because the top layer of everything is super wet and it's windy as heck today. So no outside fires. I don't have the yurt chimney up right now. I took it down last night because the mosquitoes were coming in through that hole, and we didn't have a fire going last night because, well, I didn't collect enough firewood. I was tired, and I was spending all day outside anyways at the fire cooking down water, so we just didn't need it last night. Honestly, it was the first night in a couple of weeks that it was warm enough to kind of go without a fire. It was still chilly, but it was better. We also got a dozen eggs. We picked up some cans along the way to make up the difference for what we had, and we were able to spend $2 on farm fresh eggs. So now we've got them, and if we need more, we can easily go pick up more bottles and cans. I keep slapping mosquitoes, and I was going to lay in the hammock, but I don't think I will survive that. They're going to carry me away. I moved inside. I was getting lightheaded from the donations to the mosquito army. I'm tired and my feet hurt. Good shoes, absolutely important. Whether you're working in a 9 to 5 or you're walking from one side of the country to the other. Good foot care, keeping your feet comfortable, dry, and no blisters is extremely important. Invest in your shoes. Whoa, it's day 30 already? Looks like the rains have brought some new life. Got some sort of a seedling in that ant hole there. Some fungi growing. We'll have to see how that turns out. This is our log here. This is our log here. We got quite a bit more water. Unfortunately, this is the same water I had soaked the yucca in, so it's a little darker than I like it to be. It's not clearing up nicely. It looks a little clearer on the edges here, though. It thunderstormed this morning. It's nice. It's a good thing to wake up to, actually. Love that sound. Nice to go to sleep, but waking up to it feels a little bit better. I'm trying to go to sleep hearing the trees clacking over your head, the lightning booming. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I'd rather wake up to a thunderstorm than try to go to sleep to one, which is weird. But we got plenty of water. We're going to process that. When we find some dry wood, everything seems to be fully soaked. Even though we're under a red flag warning right now, which is a little strange to me, being that I'm out here and I don't see how there's a fire danger. But I'm not an expert on this. I'm going to trust the people who are. And yeah, everywhere I look, I see wet wood, wet wood. I'm not starting a fire easily with this, but we're going to stay cautious, and we're just not going to have a fire today. We don't need to draw attention to our camp. That's the important thing. We're trying to stay low profile and ethical. So unfortunately, no cooking fire. It means I've got to eat granola. I'm fine with that. Family came today and they dropped off a few things and took me to town, the big town, so I could go to a pet pantry and get some things for the dogs. They loved it. Got some beds, some toys, some new leashes and harnesses, and I got them some winter stuff, winter coats and all kinds of cool stuff. They love it. I'm super stoked. I also got a bicycle. The tire's flat, but that's no big deal. I think I can fix that easy, but this will help a lot. This is a visual BMI, day 30. If we did this on day 1, 30 days of surviving out here. Or where we're thriving. Oh, mosquito in the eye. Ooh, maybe not thriving yet. Mosquitoes. Day 31. We're expecting thunderstorms today. It's already rained just a tiny little bit this morning. We'll see what the day has to hold. Might be spending it in the yurt. This is my least favorite part about being in the bush. Just look how many of these little bloodsuckers are all over the place, just dying to get in here. The thunderstorm is supposed to be hitting right now. It's over top of us, so I'm not hearing thunder and lightning or seeing any rain. We do want the rain. I'm not really happy about the thunder and lightning right now, but it'll do. If it was just rain, I would be out doing other things, but I don't like being outside in a thunderstorm. Not like I'm protected in this tent anyways, but this cool weather without the sun and the breeze, though, unfortunately brings out these mosquitoes, and they're everywhere. There's hordes of them. Oh my god, I can't believe how many mosquitoes. I knew it was going to be bad this year because of the flooding, but I did not imagine this. Oh my god. And the bug repellent thing that I showed you, that works if you have a lot of that stuff, because you got to like fill the area. And you don't really want something like that in your tent because it does make your eyes burn too. But yeah, I don't have any bug repellent, or if I do, I don't know where I put it, and I'm pretty sure I just don't have any. I don't like wearing that shit, but I regret not having it now. Need to look into some other ways to repel mosquitoes naturally. Citronella isn't natural in my area, so citronella plants are a no-go. And citronella plants by themselves don't seem to work. I've tried that camping before, it just does not work. I'm going to spend my time in the tent now making cordage, finishing the cordage. I have some of the other yucca leaves soaking, and I've got cordage that I'm already twisting. So we'll finish that, and depending on whether or not this storm hits or passes, then I might go for a walk. And down the way, there's some better resources like willow branches and whatnot that would make better traps. They're nice and straight, so they're going to be super easy, and they're way more flexible than the maple that I've been using. So maybe I can keep it together with most of its own pressure by weaving something instead of tying a bunch of sticks together like I've been trying to do. I don't know which method is going to work best, but I really like the idea of weaving it instead. I like that method better, and I know I can split some willow to do that. I'm kind of scared a little bit about this storm. Winds are crazy, okay? The rain is coming down like cats and dogs. When the lightning and thunder boom, I can feel it in my chest. This is real life. This isn't some 30-day challenge YouTube thing. This is me, my girls, living every single day, hoping just to make the next sunrise. Something's a little off here. What could it be? Wow, that's a lot of freaking water. I emptied this yesterday. Yeah, I filled up our blue jug yesterday completely before the rains even hit. May look like dirt, but this is alive. Springtails, one of my favorite bugs. They eat mold. Yes, they're super beneficial. Boiling water today and trying to stay out of my head. Yelling at ghosts is what I tell them. They don't understand because they're dogs, but maybe you'll understand yelling at ghosts. Sometimes you just need to get out of your head and get in the game. Today, my mental health is struggling. I'm irritated, irritable, all kinds of stress weighing down on me. My back hurts exceptionally. Maybe because this dampness. The sun's kind of peeking out. It looks nicer on camera. It actually is. I need to charge my stuff. I'm at a very low percentage on everything. And that's my fault because I've been trying to spend mental health days and mental health hours watching something or doing something that used to bring me comfort. And now I have to very much manage those impulses and find other things to do that are healthy for my mental health, which is what I'm doing right now. letting you know where I'm at mentally. I'm struggling. Well, we're in it now. It's raining so hard I can't even see the field 100 feet away over there. And no, that's not from my smoke that just started. Look how thick this is coming down. The storm the last couple of days has been pretty bad, honestly. Feel like our tent needs to be pulled a little tighter. I think the guy lines came loose. But I don't want to go out there right now. Yep, I don't want to go out there right now. I just barely made it inside before this hit. Just trying to wrap everything up and get another pot on the fire so I could boil all the water I could before more water come in. The mosquitoes are worse than they've ever been. It's so humid that I'm pretty sure I don't know the difference between my sweat and the air stick to me. And I didn't do anything today other than sleep and catch up. Went for a little bit of a walk. Dogs gave up around a quarter of a mile. I don't blame them. It was hot. The mosquitoes were carrying us away bit by bit. Now we're back in the yurt, protected from most of the mosquitoes. The few that got in here won't last very long. Stella, Nala, Millie, and Rin all like to eat them, which is great. That helps. I was going to walk into town again today, but the storm is still ongoing. We got a good reprieve during the day, but it looks like the radar is calling for some more here in about 45 minutes or so. I might wait and then decide whether or not I want to take the trek into town. It'd be nice to have a bicycle that actually works, because having a bike sitting there that doesn't work is worse for my mental health than having no bike at all. It would have been nice if they would have tested the tires first before they brought it to me like I asked them to. It's kind of silly that they didn't. I've asked multiple times, but they brought me the bike without checking to see if the tires hold air, knowing I'm in the bush homeless, like I can do something about a flat tire. It's aggravating. I try to keep this stuff out from YouTube, but this is what I'm going through right now. This is reality. I'm depressed. I want to be independent. I don't want to be relying on other people, especially with the freaking gas prices being what they are right now. Damn near $5 a gallon. Yeah, that's the highest they've ever been in my area before. I know some places in the United States right now I've seen upwards of $8 a gallon. Ludicrous. This is just ridiculous. Which is why I need a bicycle that works, because I can pedal my ass off instead of stress my ass off. The dogs run next to the bike. They do pretty good. We trained on this last year. And they're really good at it. So they could go a distance with me. We can get there faster. If I had a cart to pull behind me, I could train them to ride in the carts when they're tired. That'll be fun. I can build my own cart if I had a bicycle that worked. Damn. Talk about stress. It's like having a birthday cake you're not allowed to eat, I guess. It's not my birthday. That's another depressing shit, too. I don't want to even think about how old I'm going to be. Well, that's it. There's horse hoof mushrooms. And now we're going to go find the river. Even after our long walk yesterday, they're super eager to go again. Different direction, though. I think that's why they're super excited. It is really nice out today. Said it was only supposed to be 50, but clear blue skies. Well, almost clear. You can see there's some clouds. But really nice. Just had to take off my sweater. We're enjoying this walk. It's been very peaceful. We have found an abundance of, I believe, blackberries. I think these are blackberries. Look how big that stem is. And this plant is known as barberry. Let's see if you can see these little flowers there. They turn into these little red berries. They look like Tic Tacs. These bushes are not native, and they are a nursery for ticks. My nose hairs are sticking out. Welcome to YouTube, nose hairs. So these barberries are impossible to get rid of. Basically, you got to burn them out, and you got to be really thorough about burning them out. Um, the berries are edible though. They're good with chicken. They're not very good on their own, but if you're good at cooking and you know a little bit about cooking, you can use them for chickens and other things. They're staple in some cuisines. You can ignore my lure hanging from that rope over there. Unfortunately, I also lose this lure. Giving Millie and Rin a little extra leg room here. Ooh, look at these. These are a polypore known as dryad saddle. You can tell what they are because they've got a very distinct pattern and they smell like watermelon rinds when you cut them open. You cut them up really small or grind them up and you can use them as a spice. Hey, I think this is a hog nose. Well, 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 look what we just stumbled upon. Oh, yeah. Look at all these. There's one right here hiding. He's got a hat. Solar banks are doing excellent. Tonight's dinner features Korean teriyaki with salt pork, some root vegetables, a few fungi, and we're gonna wrap it all in some crepes. Come on, fire. Burn faster. I want cooking coals. I'm hungry. Gonna let this cook down, then I'll add the teriyaki. Letting it simmer. I wish you could smell this. Whoa, where are the days going? Day 35? Had these from the pantry. This is a great thing right here. 27% fat. I'd like a little bit more fat, but 27% is really good. And we're going to put them in here, and we're going to... Oh, I'm going to get so fat. Yes. Just kidding. That's not how fat works. Sugar makes you fat. Fat makes you healthy. Too much fat gives you heart disease. Know your fats. And honestly, I think I have more important things to worry about than heart disease right now, like survival. Now we add a little bit of water to that. Everything else sinks. Fat goes to the top. I added some spices after I took out most of the fat and the last of the morels. Spaghetti sauce added. Now we just got to get something to go with it. Yep, you guessed it, crepes. They're really easy to make. Using a slotted spoon to get the majority of the juices off from it. This is going to be good. Well, it didn't hold up very well, but I'll just use a fork. It's basically a sloppy Joe now. I'm really hungry. Yeah, that's what I needed. Fats. You know when you're craving something? Say it's ice cream. You gotta break it down and think, what out of that might I be craving? Is it the fats? The dairy? Maybe I need some calcium? For me, ice cream is fats. I haven't been craving ice cream lately because it's been cold. Just gonna eat it like this. Everybody's enjoying an early dinner. We all need these fats. Everybody needs fats. Don't forget to get all the water out of your fat first. This is the fun part. Danger. You can find yucca pretty much anywhere there's people who like decorative plants. This is in a ditch. I'm going to harvest some of this for cordage. Definitely need it. Well, that's a fair bit. I'm going to take this piece and I'm going to wrap it around it and tie it together and stick it in my bag. This should last us quite a while. 8 miles in about 4 hours. We are a little tired. They're walking really slow. Finally taught them loose leash. Only took 8 miles. Oh, it's a long ways. Well, we made it back about 10 miles all together today. Whew, I just stepped on a dog toy. I am tired. On our quest to the library, we found a bunch of yucca. This is going to be great. And we found some nappable rock. Well, not really rock. This is slag from the old railroads. This will be fun. Some really cool nappable rock. It's slag, technically. It's not rock. I'm being lazy. This is dinner. You can see just how tired the girls were. As soon as they got to camp, they found a spot and laid right down. We were all really tired. Felt nice getting the shoes off. Yucca is also a fantastic shampoo. I need it. Protein shakes, not something I used to like at all. I would never waste my money on that. But these ones are pretty good. I wouldn't waste my money on it either, but I got them from the pantry, surprisingly. And nobody else seems to like them. So I'm going to use them. And then maybe I might turn some of them into geocaches. Maybe. Depends on how well this video does. How about 500 views and let's go for 50 likes. If I get that, 500 views, 50 likes, I'll make a geocache. Stella's a fur farm rescue. She has never been wild her entire life. We've been together for 4 years already. Since she's 7 or 8 weeks old. Day 37. I woke up to rain, but no thunderstorms this time. It's a little bit chilly today. And after our walk yesterday, we're all really tired. We got up this morning, went to the bathroom. Now we're laying back down because, well, it's wet outside and still raining a bit. Got the windows open because we need a breeze. Stella's over there napping in her log. She's loving that thing. The old-fashioned underwear with a butt flap was sensible until I had to live outside and go to the bathroom outside. Not only do those protect you from being cold, but they also stop the mosquitoes from biting your bits. So, what am I doing today? I'm going to turn on my controller and I'm going to play some Minecraft because I usually conserve my batteries for videos and things like that, but I'm not doing much today. I'm going to kick back, I'm going to puff on some 420, and I'm going to enjoy the sounds of nature and Minecraft. I don't think I'll post a Minecraft video on this channel, but I do have a gaming channel if you're interested. Somebody in the comments were curious about the dog's food. I've got a bunch of dog food. This whole thing is also full of dog food. And we have some other cat food back there. Not to mention, they get goodies like this. This is hard-boiled egg and tuna fish. They need to replace all the things that they've lost too on our adventures. The fish oils in this tuna fish will help a lot with their joints. And the egg with their fur and skin, and the fats in the egg with their brains. It's all good stuff. Not to mention, it's pretty good dog food too. I don't know what brand it is. I go through the pet pantry. I get most of my food, actually all of my food, through the pantries, with the exception of the things that I've foraged myself, which this time of year, far and few between to be able to keep up on that kind of nutritional value necessary to live out here. So I don't want to risk it, and I don't want malnutrition, and I don't want my animals to go hungry or be malnourished. So I do what I can. I get help when I can. Hey, the weather's cleared up a little bit. It's nice out. Still a little chilly, but I got the solar out. It's always a good day when the green light is flashing. I used to be fascinated by tent worms. These things are neat. It looks like a crown. Notice the leaves. This is called columbine. Every time we stop, I get swarmed by mosquitoes. If you listen closely enough, you might even be able to hear them. They're just now starting to open. Although the plant is toxic, I have read that Native Americans used to delicately suck the nectar out of those flower cones. Don't try that unless you are with somebody who's an expert. This makes better fish traps than the stuff I was using. This is some willow here. I don't know how much I needed, but I was really tired of being eaten by mosquitoes. Chose the wrong day to go to the swamp. It's too cool and there's no breeze. Shh. Mosquitoes think we're just a walking bush. Don't tell them differently. We're back in the yurt now. Hiding from those mosquitoes. We're still in the bush. Shh. I don't need this, but I do need the rest of this. This is all the bark what we're going to be using. 7 points. We're going to weave around this way. Over, under, over, under. Now, it may not win beauty contests, but the fish won't mind. And there we have it. One very ugly fish trap. It's small. It's more for prawns or crayfish, crawdads, depends on where you're at, what you call them. This little stick here is what's holding this together. You pull this stick out. It's tied up here. You just pull the trap open, dump your contents out, put it back in the water. Tomorrow we'll go and set the trap and collect more stuff because we want to probably make more of these. And hopefully they turn out a little bit better than this one. But like I said, the fish don't mind if it's pretty. They don't care. They just need to get trapped in it. This one's going to be hopefully useful. We'll see. Our new Patreon is Jammin' Bushcraft, just like this. We have 3 tiers, and this video will be unedited behind the scenes for all 3. Thank you for helping us on our journey. We appreciate you. Well, good morning, YouTube. Got the basket. Just gonna let it sink. Just gonna wrap this around it. Let's see if we get anything. We have a long ways to go. Hey, that's my mushroom, Millie. Wait, hey, get out of here. Oh, I scared it. Looky there. These elf caps remind me of Fern Gully. Walked all this way and didn't realize it was Memorial Day and the place we were going to is closed. Been walking all day, 13 miles, taking breaks. We were at the dog park for about 2 hours and we were walking back. And here we go, look at this. Pretty dark over there too. Lots of wild strawberries. Gonna mark this place. All in all, about 18 and a half miles, 8 hours, 8.5 hours. The watch gave up right about 17 miles. I'll show you my blisters. Look at that big old blister. And this poor toe. Oh gosh, look at that. Well, this is our bounty today. Happy Memorial Day, everyone. I hope you're remembering all of the fallen. I picked these up at a micro library. Hoping that there'll be something worth reading. Day 40. Soup's on. Let's add an egg. See if I can do this one-handed without dropping it. Ooh, look at there. Egg drop. Don't drop the egg though. Ooh, it's getting too thick. I'm gonna just kick it in the hammock for a little bit. I don't even have to put the dogs on the leash today. They're so tired. I don't have to worry about them running off. They're just laying around. Cause she's a good girl. She's a good girl too. Good girl. Good job. Oh, sorry. Are you following me? Come on, let's go. Rin, let's go.
I don't always consult the oracle, but when I do, I make sure it's the wild elemental.
No, but this is actually a really nice set. Which book should I read first and maybe do a quick video on? You get to vote. On behalf of my fur babies, Millie, Rin, Stella, and Nala, I want to thank you for everything you're doing for Jam and Bushcraft. This is my gaming channel, by the way. Going on another adventure. Can you see the eggs? We are on another walk, a little adventure. Going to explore some more area. We've never been in this area before. See what it's got. And so far, it's swampy. Ah, the smell. It's kind of hard to describe, but it's very earthy. Not like mold or mildew or anything like that, but like swamp. If you know what I mean, you know what I mean. So it's good actually. It's not overpowering. It's just a nice atmospheric observance, I suppose. Little ambiance. No, that's the birds. What's the other word? Not ambiance. Oh well, can't remember it. You probably know. Oh, we just seen something disappear into the water here. I don't know if it was a bird. Hold on a second. Sitting here talking to the camera, and the girl spotted something, and I seen the ripples on the water. Not entirely sure what it was, but that's a lot of water. And here's the road. We hear frogs. Oh, Rin's loving that. I'm not loving that. I hope that water don't stink so much. All right, let's see if I can get through this without sinking. Yeah, it feels all right. That's cool. She's loving that. This is what I meant by being flooded. This is why the mosquitoes are crazy back here. Found another stream. This one looks magical. These flowers here are known as lady slipper. I'll let you know what iNaturalist calls them. It is known as the pink lady slipper or the moccasin flower. And you may not be able to hear this, but there's a deer crashing away from us through the bushes. Oh dear. We retrieved the fish trap. It did not work because it was low quality and not placed very well, just to test it. But look at this. Look at that big old chunk of coal. I need to see what I can do with this. Maybe I might put this up for one of the Patreons or something like that. Also collected $1.30 worth of bottles and cans along the way. You see all these mosquitoes. Especially right there. That's so many mosquitoes. Cooking some rice and lentils for breakfast and heating up some water for coffee. Got a nice fire going this morning. Rin's happy. Millie's happy. Well, we're here at the beaver pond. This water's pretty high. Well, I don't know if there's going to be any fish in here, but if there's going to be any fish in here, this is This is the spot. I brought a hard-boiled pickled egg for bait. I stuck the egg in there, put a stick through it, and just wedged it in there. Alright, let me find some good footing here. Just gonna let her sink. Hopefully we get something. We found some honeysuckle. This has got a white flower, oval-shaped leaves coming out opposite. Here's another honeysuckle with a purple flower, oval-shaped leaves coming out opposite. Morrow's honeysuckle, white flowers, red berries. Tartarian, purple flower, orange berries. Hey, we're gonna hide its geocache. Taking one of these old protein containers here. We're gonna hide it right there. Hope you enjoy if you do go geocaching. And I'll let you know maybe what the name of this one is. Don't really want to give away my location, so maybe I won't. Put an item in and you take an item out. You sign your name in it. You also go to the geocaching app and you log it in there. And don't spoil anything for anybody. That's basically how geocaching works if you don't know. It's really fun. Could be a great way to get out on the weekends, or if you're traveling to different places just to see different locations. Now here's a smoker design that actually works. Cut half your lid open, and then at the bottom here, cut little slits in there with your can opener. That's all you really need. Then you stuff that with dry wood. The punkier woods work really, really well. Just stuff like that. And you stick it on top of a fire until you start seeing it smoke. It's the first time I've used this. We'll see how it does. Yeah, that was one of the things I was worried about. Make the hole as small as you can, otherwise this is not very effective and dangerous. The advantage of this one, though, is I can restock this. See? And dinner is some grits with some fruit today on day 43. I'm being infested by ants. Picking up bottles and cans. Sometimes they're infested because they've been here a while. We're walking along the highway here. Not my favorite place to be with the girls, but this is where all the bottles and cans are. It's where people like to toss out their alcohol beverages and things like that. And garbage. I don't have enough bag space right now to pick up garbage, so I need to pick up cans so I can make a little bit of money. Alright, so this is what we got so far. We started out with $1.30 from yesterday, remember? I think, or the day before. Let's count these. Not bad, we got $4 worth of cans. We started out with $1.30, so we picked up quite a bit on just a few miles, and we're not even done yet. This is just the little break that we're taking, so hopefully we get some more. $20 would be nice. $20 could go a long ways, but not in this economy. So, goose. Yeah, Canadian goose. There it goes. Sorry for disturbing you. I dropped the girls off at camp because they're tired. And now I gotta go check that fish trap, which is another mile of my feet. And they're sore. I can feel my blisters. But I can't leave the trap. If I don't do it now, I'm not going to do it because I just want to sit down. I'm being quiet because we saw people on the trail and I don't want to be too loud. I'm going to go down and see if we got anything, and hopefully we got some food. If there's some crayfish in there, then fresh meat. I also have my walking stick because I'm by myself, just in case. And I brought my slingshot. If I don't have the girls tugging on me, maybe I can get some chipmunks or something like that. There it is. Yeah, there are fish here. Looks like they're going after topwater right now. This is what we needed to know. Should have brought the pole with me. Darn. But we didn't have anything in the fish trap here. Probably because of the angle. And maybe because they don't like pickled eggs. Who knows? See, nothing's even touched the egg. There we go. Now it's going to sit on its side. Now we'll see if we get a better result. You want to help teleport me by pressing that like button? If you press it enough times, I hear it'll teleport me right back to my camp, like a fast travel. Boink! Get her! Millie, come on, play, Millie. She wants to play so bad, Millie. She wants to play so bad, Millie. She wants to play so bad. Millie don't want to play, though. Millie don't want to play. She want love. So does Ram want love. Rah, go get your toy. Go get your toy. Go get your toy. Where is it at? Gee, it's over there. Gee, it's over there. Rin, Gee, over there. Gee's a toy. Oh, over there. Right there. Ha, turn around. It's right there. Get your toy. There it is. There it is. Yeah, good girl. You get your toy. Yeah, good job. Good girl, Millie. Dig. What is it? What do you got? What do we got? Where's the treasure? Where's the treasure? Is there treasure? Get it. Dig. Come on. What is it? What do you smell? Get it, Rin. No? Okay. Well, we'll find the buried treasure someday. Yeah, I know people are shit sometimes, but just a warning. If you are at all in the comments trying to say I shouldn't have my pets or talking shit about my children, which that's my children, those are my fur babies, you're going to be muted and your comments being removed because go fuck yourself. They're well taken care of. They love it out here. This is where they'd rather be. They love it out here. This is their place. They have never been healthier or happier. So, before you try to judge my life and how well I can take care of my animals through a 3-minute clip of my life, my day, fuck you. I don't care. I'm not here for your approval. Read. I am here to entertain you last. Firstly, my videos are made for my mental health, and when you start affecting my mental health, you gotta go. That's why there's no people in my life, because most people affect my mental health. That's why my family isn't involved in my life, because they do stupid shit. Like, for the last 2 months, I've been waiting for a camper. Been given all kinds of excuses. I was told last year that I was going to get this camper. Then it never happened. And now I'm still waiting for a camper. And every single time I ask, I get finger pointing between the three of them saying it's your fault, it's their fault, it's her fault. And nothing's getting done. I still don't have a camper. So I can't rely on anybody but myself and the generous people who are seeing that I'm striving and I'm trying out here and I'm doing my damnedest to stay alive, just to stay alive. If you've never been in that position before with anybody, including your pets or somebody you care about, shut your fucking mouth. You don't know shit. Hatchet, I guess. Hi, I know you want this. All right, hold on. Hey, good girl. Hello. Hello. Yeah. Good job. Good girl. Yeah, I love you too. I love you too. Good girl. Yeah, good girl. Oh yeah. Yeah, good girl, Millie. You good girl, Millie. Yes, you good girl. I love you too. Well, let me bring you in to see a closer look at what I'm doing. This was a little too thick in here, and I got to re-drill this peg. Oops. Several blisters and thousands of mosquito bites later, this is better, a little bit more sturdy. This is wider than the one tire length that I needed, so I'm going to try to fit 2 tires in there, and it'll make it a little bit more stable, hopefully. I've whittled down a piece of wood. Okay. It's still going to be wobbly because I've not secured it yet, but I got the wheels in. This took a little bit longer because I kind of mashed the thing when I was putting it in there, and it's not the sturdiest cart. It is definitely not working. Figure it out, I guess. Bushcraft is about using what you got at hand. Okay, so I replaced this with a tent stake. Still pretty janky, but the axle hasn't broken yet. Still pretty floppy. Holds weight though. It works. I need to do a lot more learning about carpentry because this cart sucks. But it'll do what it needed to do for now. It's not going to carry nearly as much weight as I just had on it. And I might be able to make it a little bit more solid, but I really don't know what I'm doing. I can watch a few YouTube videos and whatnot, but problem is I don't have the same kind of material that most people on YouTube have that they make carts. All their wood is perfectly straight for some family. Reason. We all love each other. We get along well. Nobody's going to separate us. Here's a shout out for our Patreon member, Dawn Marie. Thank you very much. When you're on the go, trail snacks. I have no idea what they are. I'll let you know what iNaturalist says. Something got into our food. And Stella's gone. There's a trail of stuff in, led off in that direction there. We went on a walk for about an hour or so. We were gone for an hour, and I didn't set the trail cam because we were only going to be gone for a short period of time. She got out here, but she could be anywhere. She could be anywhere, and I don't know if she knows how to get back here. Come on, Stella! Stella! God, she's a good climber. I'm hoping she comes down on her own, but she's out too. At least she's up in the tree. I don't know where Stella's at. Come on. Yeah, good girl. Come here, Nala. Yeah, good girl. Come here. Yeah, good job. Come here. You can let go now. It's okay. Stella back. She come down. She's gotta get Stella back now. In the set, Millie. Where is she? Come on. Where's Stella at? Come on. She's not going to be able to survive out here on her own. The coyotes are going to eat her alive. So are the owls and the hawks. She has no survival skills. Stella! Oh, good news. She's home. Oh, we just went and got her. My mom come to help me. And she was leaving to go home to go to work. And she saw her on the road behind her and come back and pick me up. She was just laying on the side of the road. Somebody divine was looking out for us today. Oh. When my mom first showed up, the girls ripped through the tent because I put them in here so I could go out and see my mom. And they ripped right through there and come running after me because they didn't want to be left in the tent. My mom asked my brother to come out and help me today, and he flat out refused. So my mom come out. She was going to take the day off work, which she can't afford to do. I mean, who can these days? Oh my God. If it wasn't for my mom, I would not have found her. I was looking in literally the complete opposite direction. Scary. God, that's so scary. I'm not afraid of a lot of things out here, okay? I've weathered a lot of storms. Biggest fear I have is losing my 4 girls. If it wasn't for my animals, I would be lost. I would be lost. I thought Stella was lost today, and she was. She had no idea how to get back. Thank you for watching. Sorry, I got all emotional. Good morning, Vietnam. Oh, we're not in Vietnam. Good morning, whoever's watching this. Yeah, so I'm feeling much better today. It's a miracle that we were able to find Stella yesterday. It's day 47. Day 47. What should I do for day 50? Should I have something special going on day 50? Let me know in the comments. I got to go to the pantry today. My mom's going to be here very shortly, so we can go and do that. And I'm going to have to lock up camp here and make sure Stella is secured in a crate, which she's going to really hate me for that, but it has to happen. We are back, and look at all the good stuff we got. Here's some Angus beef. Got several fresh ingredients, some cans, some tuna, some fresh fruits, some tomatoes, peanut butter, oatmeal. Just for reference, Stella weighs less than 10 pounds. 10 pounds is pushing it. She probably doesn't even weigh that much, maybe 8. She's tiny. Most of what she is fur. My mom bought us a new crate because I don't have any money right now to replace this one. I'm going to go through this and show you how much weight is actually in this so you understand how strong a fox is. Start out with the heaviest thing in here, which are two 25-pound bags of jasmine rice. Each one of these grits is 5 pounds. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. That's another 30 pounds right there. All of the rest of this stuff, which each one of these bags of beans is about a pound, and I have several bags of beans in there. I'll count those up and let you know off camera. Okay, so I've got all of the extra stuff counted up, the beans and rice that wasn't in the big bags, and all these other things. This is about 30 pounds, 50, 80 pounds with just what's in here. 85, 90, 95, 100, 105, 110. Plus a few other things that I just don't need to count. That whole tote weighed about 110 pounds or more. It was sitting right here, flush with these buckets, right? She moved it from there, sitting there, all the way to this tree, which is one full length of itself, basically. And the only reason she didn't pull it any further is because it butted up against this maple tree right here. And then she managed to rip the lid off from it and flip it onto its side, all while only weighing about 10 pounds herself. Fox are no joke. They are a really tough animal, and I didn't realize how strong Stella was until yesterday. Day 48. Steak for breakfast. No way, man. This homeless dude is eating good. Got a steak for each of us here. Who's hungry? My belly just growled when I said that. Apparently it's me. I'm also going to cook up some of these asparagus spears. 3 of those steaks were cut up and put in here for my fur babies. This is my breakfast: asparagus, tomato, carrot, and obviously steak. And I've snacked on some bits and pieces of the steak. These 2 are extra. We're going to let them cool, and we'll save those for lunch or something like that. Oh, I'm so excited to eat. So is Millie. She's back there bugging me. She wants to be my assistant cook. Can you tell she's happy? She found my stash of horns. Antlers, not horns. I gave a small one to Stella, too. She's not entirely as enthusiastic, but she was interested. She's not as much of a chewer on bones. From my understanding, dogs chew on bones from that primitive urge to get to the marrow, even though most of them have been bred to where they don't have the jaw strength to crack bones anymore, but they will still chew on bones. I got this shirt. Nice long sleeve. Covers my butt, which is nice because I can tuck this in and helps keep the ticks out. Also, it can cover my butt when I'm going to the bathroom. Okay. These are a nice pair of windbreakers. Got these. They zip up the sides here so I can get my shoes in. And I got these really nice shoes here also. Everything except for my socks. Even this hat. Everything I get comes from pantries and donated stuff. She's queen of the island. We haven't had to come and get water for quite a while. The last rains filled up our water jug and another big jug, and we've been using that ever since. But now it's time to do another water run, so we're back at the creek. And it's looking beautiful today. Really nice to have fresh ingredients to actually cook with. What's something that you've had to eat so many times repeatedly that you just are sick of and can't stand to see anymore. For me, it's oatmeal and mashed potatoes. My cooking brings all the bears to the yard. Damn right, it's better than yours. We just had a bear, actually. The girls alerted me. I was getting ready to go about 100 feet or more away to do firewood. It was back over in here. And I kept telling the girls to be quiet like I normally do, and I wish I would just listen to them sometimes. I just cut all this stuff down here so I can see back here better. So pretty much confirms it that whatever tore this up was a bear, not Stella. Decent sized black bear, but it still looked like it was only maybe a couple of years old, like 2 to 5 years. I'm not entirely sure. I'm not very good at that. Probably 40 to 50 feet from me. That was it. Because it was waiting for me to leave, apparently. It was watching and waiting for me to leave. That's kind of scary, actually. The bear triangle. 100 feet in one direction, your pantry. 100 feet from that, kitchen. 100 feet in a triangle to make the triangle in the next direction, and is where you sleep, and then nothing in between there. And you usually go to the bathroom outside of that triangle, obviously. Nothing from your pantry goes to the kitchen and back to the pantry. If it's going to be used from the pantry, it goes from the pantry to the kitchen, and it's used up in the kitchen, and everything you cook with stays in the kitchen. My setup is not like that. I haven't done that. That's my fault, and I know better. It's just when I got out here, it was really early in the season, and making a food cache that was elevated is super obvious. It would have been really easy to see. And now everything's so overgrown that it might be easier to hide, but I don't want people taking my food either. That's another problem. Plus, the sun. You got to worry about the sun baking down on some of this stuff, like the oil and stuff will go rancid. And there's things that I need often. Well, I don't know what I'm going to do now, but I got to figure this out quick. Plan C. We're going to go with this pole just about like that. I'm taking and putting the rock in here. Oh! I can still reach this, which means a bear can still reach this. Hanging it with the stick was so much easier. For now, I've got the tote and the wiki up. This is my Thai-inspired dish. Bears are not invited. Goldilocks, tell your buddies, stay out of the camp tonight. I don't need your company. Here's an update for day 50. I didn't do anything. I sat in here and I watched Neebs Gaming all day until I fell asleep. Well, no, that's not true. I got up and ate breakfast, which takes a couple hours to cook breakfast. We got up at 7. I didn't start eating until 9 because that's what happens when you live outside. It takes a while to get a cooking fire going and to get the things ready you need. So basically, all I've done today is eat, sleep, and shit. Feels good. Freedom. Sometimes it just is a relaxed day. I haven't got the thunderstorm yet. I was expecting it, but we just got rain all day. Not as much as I was hoping, but we got enough to get maybe like a pot of water boiled if we want to. But I'm still boiling the water we got the other day. I stayed up till like 1:30 last night because, well, I couldn't sleep. I was on bear watch and I couldn't see anything outside, so I was just really nervous. Anyways, so we've done nothing. I'm sitting inside. I have my shirt off because it's humid. And I'm still tired. Oh, excuse me. What did you do today? I hope you had a good day, whether you accomplished something or not. You deserve rest too. Thanks for watching. Sorry today was uninteresting. I'm probably going to do something special for day 60. I was going to do something special for day 50, and I did. I did nothing special for me. Goodbye. See you next time. Well, here's a late night update. It is 10:52. We just scared the bear away again. It came back. Same place where it thought the food was before. I left the old tote where it had ripped it apart just so it would go back to that same area and have something. I heard it making noise. I left the window open. I banged on my crate, made a bunch of noise, and it ran off immediately. But still a little nervous. Dogs barking and all that kind of stuff helped. But yeah, I think we're gonna have to move here. It's just the safest option. Um, I should have been practicing bear safe camps, but I didn't, and it's put my girls, it's put the bear, other campers, and myself all at risk. And the best option I think now, being that it's been back like 3 times in less than a week, is to move here. We have to relocate. We should have done that a while back, but it is time. We have got to go. It's just a little U.S. Henry survival rifle. It's a 22, so it's not going to stop a bear, but the noise, if necessary, might. But between me and wrestling a black bear in my sleep, I would prefer to have a gun next to me just in case. Like I said, it's not likely that it's going to come and attack us. It was after the food, but I'll show you how close that food is in the morning, and you'll understand why I'm nervous. It's 20 feet away from my tent, so yeah, not happy about that. And I didn't turn on the damn camera. I didn't turn on the trail camera. And damn it, I should have had the trail camera on tonight. Say good morning, Stella. Good morning. I'm tired. After seeing the bear last night, I just could not go back to sleep. Just to show you how close the bear was last night, it'd come up behind these 2 trees right here. By the way, I used this as target practice this morning just to make sure my gun was accurate. Not that I'm going to be using this to shoot a bear. I don't want to shoot a bear. But this was sitting flush on here, basically. It came in from back in here someplace, just like it did the last time. My tent's right there. It's right here. I could see the shape of it through these trees last night. And unfortunately, I did not have the game camera on, which was a big mistake. My family come yesterday. They brought some cat food and cat litter. I got to visit with my nephews and my niece and give them the wands that I made. That's what they were for. Trying to show my nephews and my niece that there's still magic in the world. You just have to make it. They were extremely happy about that, but they were way more enthusiastic about my hammock. You would think with all of the debris on the ground out here, plus all the stuff that I cut down and laid specifically down so that way maybe it would make some noise and trip up the bear or something. Didn't hear it. No footsteps, no rusting leaves, no signs that a bear had approached. I'm going to need to build a wall from this tree to that tree, all the way across to these trees. This chicken wire that is protecting this side of the camp. Like I said, this is not to stop bears. You see the bell on there? Hopefully one of us hears that at night. This is the start of the wall. Let's start back here using the same trick, one piece of paracord. And so far, this is what I have accomplished today. I've used the last of my paracord. This is not sturdy enough to like keep a bear out, so don't think that's what I'm trying to do here. This is more of an early warning system. I left these 2 areas open. I can leave this open because I have the camera. Whoo, goddamn, it's hot today. I accomplished some stuff, not as much as I wanted to. I've had to take a lot of breaks. I'm in bare minimum clothes because I have to. I don't have close water sources to be able to swim in. The closest water I have is a half mile away, and with bears I can't just go on a leisurely stroll. Bear didn't come back last night, but I did do more prep work. I changed the location of our tarp, so it's right above where we sit because there's a thunderstorm tomorrow. The good news is we didn't have a bear last night. The bad news is I've done no work on this except for put this one log in there. I was hoping to wedge it in between these two trees, but the gap is just a little too wide on either side. I gathered a bunch of stuff. I just don't have enough paracord to make one of those little carrier baskets. The girls, I dug them a little hole here, put a blanket in it because it was super hot. And same with over here. They dug a little bit, but I went a little bit deeper there. And that's where the dogs ripped out of the bottom of the old tent. So I dug a trench here, going down into this lower spot, just in case it rains, because we have the tarp above this. And I don't want any water flooding back into the tent. I've also pulled these trees down here. This kind of covers this gap a little bit. And I put this black plastic bag with our yucca in it. It's really hard to see down in there, but I filled this with water, covered the yucca that's in there, so that way it can soak and rot, the new stuff and the old stuff. It does not feel like I've done a lot today, probably because I have not. I didn't get to do really much this morning. I've been really tired lately. This lifestyle is catching up to me, and also I'm pretty sure low on fats. That's what's doing it. Might be starting to exhibit some signs and symptoms of protein poisoning, so I want to correct that. Tomorrow is a pantry day, but it's also supposed to be a heavy thunderstorm, so I don't know exactly what's going to happen. We'll figure it out. But that's basically it. Another boring day. Sorry, guys. And we have slop for dinner. I was making mashed potatoes and realized how much I'm tired of mashed potatoes, so I took the last can of mixed veggies that I had, tossed it in with a bunch of water, and the mashed potatoes that I had made that were too salty, added in some lentils, some rice, and dropped an egg in. And it's pretty tasty, but I'm just waiting for the lentils to fully cook. Unfortunately, they take egg forever, and I want to eat now. I wanted to eat an hour ago. Shouldn't have put the lentils in. Hey, YouTube, guess what? It's raining! Woohoo! Haha, it's raining! Really heavy. I'm loving it. I needed all this water. When you don't bathe in a while, it's really nice to have some freaking water. I didn't bathe outside, but I did get wet. I sort of washed the sweat off from the last, month or so. But we're getting a lot of water. A lot of water. We have collection over yonder. I would take you out there, but my phone's got a crack in it. So you see that little spot there hanging down? Water decided to collect in there. I was a little disappointed until I realized it was overflowing and dripping down. So I put another bucket below it. That's that black thing over there. It's one of those metal containers I've got with a black trash bag in it to collect as much rainwater as I can today. And yeah, look, we got standing water out here. And it may not be easy to see, but right over here, you can see that that trench is working. It's pulling water away from my other tent, which is exactly what I wanted. I've got a couple of our blankets hanging up outside because, well, these bell tents really suck. The moisture that accumulates in them, whether you're, boiling water or just breathing, it all tends to drip down the edges and then ends up underneath me. Thankfully, I have enough blankets to absorb some of that moisture, but it was getting damp and mildewy. The blankets stink. They need to be washed. So a good day outside in the rain will hopefully help a little bit. But I need to do something different with my bed. I need to raise myself off the ground realistically with something. I was going to use a few different things, but when I laid on them, even with all of my blankets, oh my God, it's so uncomfortable. One little tiny bump that you may not realize is there, you can feel it in your hip or your thigh or something like that when you're laying down. It really does make a big difference. It is almost 1 o'clock and it still hasn't stopped raining. It is wet. And I've done nothing. I've cuddled with my fur babies, Millie and Rin. Stella's still sleeping. She is so adorable. So I made a mistake. The pantry was this morning and not this afternoon, and I missed it. Hate it when I do that. I was able to renew the Wi-Fi hotspot, which is great. And my mom got to visit with her fur grandbabies. It's 1:15, and it looks like it's 5 o'clock in the morning. We have a severe thunderstorm coming in, and apparently tornadoes and hail in places, according to the AccuWeather app. You can hear the wind in the background. It just started picking up. We're supposed to be getting 40-mile-an-hour winds and shelter inside. So that's what today is. I've done nothing. I haven't been feeling great. My uncle's in the hospital dying right now. I just haven't felt like anything right now. My uncle is he's the man who taught us how to hunt and fish. It's part of the reason I'm into wildlife and wilderness survival, camping. He used to come and visit us with my aunt. I was offered to go up and visit him today, but it's hard to see somebody like that. I know what my last memory of him to be in a hospital bed with tubes sticking out of him. It's been a bad week, guys. I keep telling you, survival is about mental. And I can show you all the positivity on camera, but this is when things get really bad. Les Stroud says it's the lemons. You gotta add up those lemons. And when you get to 3, you need to stop and reassess your situation. A lot of these lemons are out of my control. The weather, other people's health. But it still weighs on my mental. That's a big lemon. I need to stay focused. Thank you, everybody. Nothing exciting today. I'll let you know if we survive tomorrow. Hello, YouTube. My uncle passed away yesterday, but I'm grieving, and I really don't want to make videos right now. I don't want to do anything. I just kind of want to go back to sleep. I made some fish stew. It doesn't look great. It's kind of spicy. So far, this is the progress I've made. I need a little bit of a break, so I'm going to be playing this game for just a little while, and then I'm going to go and do something. Dungeon crawler. waiting for my controller to connect. If you like claw games and roguelites, you're gonna enjoy this game. I didn't do much today, but I'm cooking dinner here. These are Johnny cakes. I took some figs and added it into it because I don't have sugar. For dinner, I've got split peas and lentil soup. That's just soaking in there so they can finish cooking. I started 3 new wands. They just need to be fired so they can strengthen the wood and drive out some of the moisture and straighten up a couple of these pieces. I also made this tiny little stone axe here. I thought it looked really neat. My cousin brought me some meat, so I've cooked that up. Made up a batter with some cornmeal, mashed potatoes, and a quick biscuit mix. And now I'm frying these pierogi looking things in a pan. I'd have to say they turned out pretty good. Made quite a few of them. And now I gotta wait for this oil to heat back up. Unfortunate side effect of cooking with wood. That's probably good. Now I'm gonna add in about as much of this potato mix as I did the corn flour. You would do equal parts biscuit mix also. Add in a little bit of oil, about that much. Pour in some water. Not too much. You can always add more. You can't take it out. And then you're gonna mix it. Yep, this wasn't binding very well, so I'm adding some pancake mix because I don't have biscuit mix. I don't recommend the pancake mix that I got. It doesn't taste very good. Yep, that seemed to work. Now you're just going to take a small ball of this. You gotta roll it up in your hand. If I had 2 hands, I could do this much easier. Then you're going to make a little pocket. Just flatten it out a little bit. Bring it back into your palm. Just a little bit. Don't overdo it. And you're just going to close your hand. Pinch the edges. Shape doesn't really matter as long as it's thin enough to cook well. Meat's already fully cooked. We're just cooking the breading. You don't want too much breading. Learned that on the last batch I cooked. Got a lot of breading and very little meat. And then it's not as delicious. This time I also seasoned the breading. There we go. Nice and thin. Oil's not hot enough yet. You'll have to wait. Cook until golden brown. Started a nice warm fire today. I used my emergency paracord bracelet to make a new firewood carrier. And I shaved off all the bark so that way I don't confuse it with the firewood that I'm carrying. We had to grab our geocache because we can't put it where we had it. Unfortunately, somebody else had one set up for review before we did. Damn. So ours was too close. Well, I'll just have to find some other location that's far enough away. You can hear Stella in the background. That's Stella being happy. I just put the girls in the tent and she's excited to see them. That's her laughing and smiling. Good girl, Stella. Good girl, Millie. Good girl, Rin. Good girls. Good girls. You wait right here, babysit. Watch camp. I gotta walk out by the field. I'll be right back. It's definitely not the most beautiful day we've had. Feels like it's gonna rain, but nothing in the forecast. But I am grateful there's enough sun out here for the solar to be charging. Green lights are good. Charge up our banks for the next couple of days, hopefully. I haven't done a lot the last few days. Just haven't really been feeling it. I did get some company. My cousin come to visit. We mourned, we talked. We had a fire and he brought out food for me, and him and his girlfriend hung out for a little while. I missed my nephew's birthday party because, well, I'm out here and I can't just leave my animals out here and go to a random park. Soon I'm going to be needing to move camp. We've been here 2 months almost, and it's time to move on. It's been time for a while now, but it's necessary for us to find our winter camp and make sure that it's safe for us. This can't be the winter camp because there's too much pine wood out there, and I can't be burning pine wood and whatnot. So, yeah, I don't know how much effort I'm going to be putting into this camp any longer. Need to be putting my effort into leaving this camp, which is hard to do when I have to worry about just going a mile away or back, or even a half mile. Figure it out. Today we're working on this cart. I've added in another cross piece, which should help stabilize this a little bit more. And in the end here, I put in some spacers. My cousin gave me a few washers and I had those bearings there. Hopefully they stabilize the tires a little bit more so they wobble it a little less. Hey, it works. And this is what we ended up with. Basket is secured on here by a couple of zip ties. This rope is still on here, or string, just to make sure I can use the basket if I need to. I've got this attached so I can string it over my shoulder if I need to. Kind of like this. I need to make a rake. Ooh. Almost cut myself because I forgot to lock my knife. Simple mistakes cost you a lot of time, money, pain. Lock your knives. So my folding knives are not superior in the bush. You need a full tang. Mine all broke. See the blade on this one? I'm not saying Calamus is a bad brand or nothing, but those knives were on sale for a reason. Not everybody brings a drill to the bush, so use what you got. I happen to have a drill. I'm going to use it to save myself energy. But I also have one of these. Now the issue is, this needs to be square bits, otherwise it just slips. And this can hold a round bit because of the way it's designed. This one had to be filed so it will fit in there, and this one's too big, it won't fit in the end of this one. So I need this. It may not play a party, but it gets the job done. Now I can pick up the leaves and the dog shit. Went to the pantry today. My mom took me. Got a bunch of food. It's getting ready to thunderstorm. You might be able to hear it in the background. I got a few loaves of bread, oatmeal bread, and this caramel brioche. I've got 3 dozen eggs. I got those farm fresh eggs at a different place. Some maple syrup. This is the coffee I did have. I just needed to get that out of the cooler. Some biscuit mix. My cousin brought me some dried morels. Some dried milk in there. We've also got a cooler full of food, fresh produce, onions, potatoes, bunch of fruit, meats. My cousin brought some meat. I got also 2 pounds of burger. I'll render that down for fat. I've also got some ice down in here, and my cousin brought me a steelhead over here. I'm going to cook and clean that fish tomorrow because I don't want it to go bad. And I was gonna do that today, make a little smoker and smoke the fish, but with the thunderstorm coming in, I didn't wanna do that. It's weird. It's sunshiny, but out here in the field, it's raining and dark. Oh, the sun just went away again, though. It's been playing tricks on my mind. I really do enjoy a nice warm fire. The psychology of having a campfire going, whether you get the opportunity to sit on around it and enjoy it or not. This feels like safety and home to me. When this is going and burning, I feel like less predators are going to be coming into camp. Well, maybe less. We don't know. So far, I haven't seen the bear come back, but I haven't been setting up the game camera either. We've heard different things at night. Not entirely sure if it's a bear or not. Didn't see anything with my own eyes. Can't really tell by the sounds. So far, so good. Hey, just in case you didn't know, lightning can strike up to 15 miles from the parent storm. 15 miles. So if you're out and about doing anything outside and you hear thunder, you're close enough to be struck by lightning. What do you do when there's thunder? Do you cuddle up in a blanket? Do you get all cozy next to a fire? What's your favorite thing to do in a thunderstorm? Breakfast! It's not an omelet, but something similar. I don't know what you call this. Onion, asparagus, potato, some fig pieces, a little bit of salt and pepper, and 3 eggs with some ground beef and vegetable shortening, and also beef fat, and then feta on top. I'm going to put this on a sandwich. Well, not the whole thing. That'd be a big piece of bread. I removed my tote from in here, from the wiki up, and I put it in here. Forgive the mess, I haven't been able to sort it all out. So this container here is, the plastic's too thin, so I took most of that out of there and put it in this one, and then took the stuff that was in a similar container and put my other gear in there. I cooked up some squirrel meat that my cousin brought me from his freezer, and they were freezer burnt, so this is for the doggos. Once it stops bubbling, all the water will be out, and I can put it in this container. Well, looky there, that's all the fat we got. Quite a bit, actually. That's from about 3 pounds of burger, give or take a little bit. I wouldn't say that all of the fat made it into that jar because I poured some into another pan to cook with, and also into the dog's dish so they had some fats, and into the things that I was eating so I would eat some fats. But all in all, rendering down what we got and filling this up, that's going to last us a little while. And since we've been fat scarce lately, this is great. Gold right here. I highly recommend, if you're in a situation where you are limited on how much fat you can get, to buy some lard or suet. And if you buy suet, remember you have to render the suet down. Now you have a shelf-stable source of fat that you can add to any dish. And I know this sounds weird, but peanut butter and lard go really well together. If you mix half a jar of peanut butter with the equal amount of lard, you'll get a nice spreadable paste, and you can make both go twice as long and get all the fats that you need. Peanut butter is good on fat. It's got quite a bit in there, but when you're in a situation where you're cold and you're shivering next to a fire, you need fat. I'm not to that point yet, but just so you know, we are expecting rain today, so pretty much the rest of the afternoon I'm going to be stuck in my yurt. It hasn't come down yet, but it's gotten really dark outside, and I'm surprised it's only 2 o'clock. It feels like it's about sundown. That's how dark it's getting. It is 7 a.m. It's still raining, hasn't stopped all night, and it's only about 36 degrees or so. I wanted to ensure that I captured as much rainwater last night as possible, so I took out the middle pole of our tarp out front here, and it's full of water. Going to the bathroom is successful. I didn't get all that wet because thankfully I've got a bunch of leaves above me that shed most of the rain. But it's cold. It's a cold rain, and it's coming down heavily. Hi, Nala. So I'm going back to sleep, or at least I'm just going to lay back down until the water stops coming down. I need to smoke that fish today, and that kind of upsets me that it's raining like it is. Damn. It is 1 o'clock. The rain finally went away. The sun's peeked out just now as I come out to the field. Unfortunately, everything is soaking wet. I was able to fill this to the brim. There's literally no room left in there for water. I filled up this container, this pot, and this. I got to wash up just a little bit, and I had to dump the rest of the water because I didn't have anything else left to put in it, or put it in. Unfortunately, the wood that I had underneath here all got wet because I don't have enough debris on top. You can see where the dogs have started pulling debris back, and also the weather beating the debris down. What I really need is some hardwood. I've got cherry wood around here someplace that might be useful. I have witch hazel. It's a hardwood, but I don't know how well that's going to taste in something being smoked. But I know cherry and maple all are nice. I've got plenty of maple around here, but no hardwood that's dead dry, just green stuff. So I might have to stick with just using some leaves, which doesn't necessarily flavor the fish very well, but we'll figure it all out later. We can't do that today. It takes too long to smoke a fish, and I don't have enough time today to finish that process before dark. And I don't want to be doing that at night. I am going to spend the rest of the day just cleaning the inside of my yurt. It's needing it. I have neglected it for a little while now, and there's a lot of sand and dirt in there. So I'm just going to do some housekeeping. Sorry, I'm not going to take you with me on that journey. I don't really think that's enjoyable for YouTube. Sorry, today's video is kind of boring. The last 3 days have been rainy. I was expecting Tuesday and Wednesday thunderstorms, but we weren't supposed to get nearly as much water. Good morning, YouTube. It's finally nice weather after 3 days of rain. I got the fish hanging. It's already been cleaned. And I'm going to be using this as the smoker. This sheet here will block all of the smoke from exiting. Just wrap it around like so. I got some toggles. Just like so. You don't need a bed sheet or a piece of hide or something like that. You can use debris. Pine boughs work all right, but the problem with that is you have to worry about it catching on fire. Same with this, but this I can get wet. I'm using this because it's what I have. And if you don't have something like that, you got to use debris. I had to cut down green poles, so these are the tops. I'll be using this to add smoke and flavor. These are maple. I have a cherry log. Take a peek under the sheets. Is it working? It looks smoky in there. Not as smoky as I want it. We do want it just to smolder, but we also need that stuff to burn a bit. We're going to be maintaining this pretty much all day. Smoking takes a long time. I need all day for it. So, good thing I started early today. There we go. It's nice and smoky in there now. You can barely even see the fish from down here. Hey, sweetie. Careful, that's hot. Okay, there's a fire over there. Good girl. Yeah, that's your bed. Good job. I know you don't want to come to me right now because you think I'm going to put you back inside because that's exactly what's going to happen as soon as I grab a hold of you. Oh, you're giving me anxiety right now, honey. I've sat here bawling my eyes out for the last 20 minutes and then she come back into camp. She's in the wiki up. Good job. It's okay. I don't want you to go on the other side of me because that's going to be easy for you to get out. I know you're annoyed. I know you're annoyed. I'm not too worried about the fact that you're annoyed. I'm really annoyed that you're outside right now. Yeah, you're gonna try, aren't you? Oh! Ouch. Ooh, she got me real good. There we go. Yeah, nice and relaxed now. Yes! Oh my god, yes! I put a couple of sticks in there to keep it open so it gets nice and smoky. And we're smoking the whole fish. I didn't split the tail. But sometimes that's probably the smartest thing to do is cut this baby right in half. My cousin brought us some pallets, so I made a bed out of them. And it's going to get us off the floor. Getting there. Day 66, it's only it's under 40 degrees. It's raining. It rained last night. I'm hoping the fish is okay, but being that it's been below 40 degrees most of the night, hopefully it'll be okay. Between 40 and 140 is like the safe zone. Start this smoker up again today and let it smoke a little bit longer. And just like that, it's smoking again. Let's see if we can see up top there. Looking good. Now we just wait. Hopefully it'll be done by lunchtime. Hey, what do you call a frog illegally parked? Toad. And for lunch, I'm eating some pancakes or flatbread. It's the same mix as the empanadas I made the other day, but I had some leftovers. So I just made pancakes and put syrup on them. And the savory sweet goes really well together, actually. Time to add a little bit of green leaves for some smoke. Yeah, that's it. Get smoky. It's looking damn good. Let's turn it around here. Oh, let's go the other way. There we go. Yep, that's looking much better. It's feeling pretty good too. Because I'm smoking an entire fish, I want to smoke it for as long as I can. So maybe another couple hours, maybe right by dinner time. I was hoping by lunchtime today, but I want to let it go just a little bit longer. Just to be on the safe side. Don't need to eat anything raw. Smoky! It is technically ready to eat, but there's still a lot of juice in it, so I poked a little hole there in the tail on either side. Let some of that liquid drain out more. Because there's a difference between smoking things just for them to taste good and to have smoked jerkies and meats, and there's a big difference between preserving things. You don't want any water in anything if you're preserving it. And I want to practice preserving this fish. Even though it's going to be eaten right away, I want it to be as dry as possible so I can make my fish this fall last as long as possible. Ooh. Whoa. Whoa, it's morning? Damn. Day 67, and I didn't sleep last night because smoking that fish brought in a pack of coyotes that were stalking our camp last night. My cousin was here. He brought us a bunch of pallets, and we cooked a steak dinner, and we fought off some coyotes. Yeah, it was pretty scary, actually. Nothing came into camp, but we could definitely tell that there were a lot of things walking around our camp. And then when he went to leave, he scared about two of them away from his truck with his truck alarm. I think that's the only reason they didn't come back to camp for a while. Well, and I spent most of the night up until like 4:30 this morning, just awake. I couldn't sleep. This stack of pallets right here should help me get more secure. We're gonna set out the solar and check on our fish. It looks like our fish is still there, which means the bear didn't come in. Nothing's eaten on it yet. That's good. That makes me happy. My cousin was gathering firewood yesterday. He saw the bear about 600-700 yards away out in the field or something. It saw him and turned and went back into the woods. It's a good sign. If the bear saw my cousin that far away and decided to turn its course and go back the way it came, that's a good sign. And it's that far away from my camp, meaning it's avoiding us. So, coyotes versus bear. Give me a bear any day. It's one creature I have to fight off. But a pack? Oh God, nope, that's scary. It triggers that primitive part of your brain, that fight or flight. I've dismantled one full pallet, and I'm keeping these for a few things I might need. And then I cut one in half. I'm going to be stacking these up next to each other, just like a so. It is not perfect, and they are not nailed together. They're just buried into the ground a few inches, and they're standing up due to the tension of these guy lines here and the rain flap. But right now, I've made it all the way to here, which secures most of the tent. 3 are extremely solid pieces of wood. Very nice pallets. I will use these for something. The most difficult task is going to be fortifying the front gate. It looks like the flies got to our fish.
It's a tiny little baby toad.
This is dinner. Flies bring illness, and fish brings predators. I'm cooking down some potatoes and asparagus in the leftover A1 sauce. I added in some fat, make them a little more crispy. And add in that beef flavor. Just like that. I'm going to add a couple eggs. Getting a little dark on some of those taters. I think I need to put the camera down so I can pick up the pan. Time to dig in. Anybody hungry? Phase 1 of the front door is done. Just need to add in that wire there. It's going to go on the left side. Hopefully it works. Hey, that's not bad. Makes me feel a little bit safer. You got to use this stuff still on this side here, but this works. You got the wire in there. So you can't get to the screen itself as easy. I just need to build another one of these panels that I can easily move on the other side here. Gonna actually have to be a door. I just won't use the left side here. I went to the food pantry today and I got a bunch of food, including a big thing of grapes and a bunch of other fruit. So I made this drying rack here temporarily with some of the wire I got in this one pallet that was a little too big, and I'm gonna try to dry out some of the fruit, maybe make some raisins. And there we go. Let's hope they dry. I saved a little bunch so I can munch on those. And I've quartered up 7 nectarines and see how these will do. Thank you to one of my Patreons, Dawn. She suggested using the sun to dehydrate stuff because she does that where she lives. And it's a great idea. We got a lot of sun today and I might as well use it. And I can preserve some of this fruit. I'm excited. I hope the nectarines work out well and the grapes too. I've never made fresh raisins before. We'll see how it works. I'll let you know at the end of the day, or probably tomorrow. I was able to complete the pallet circle here, or half circle. Now all I need is enough material to do one more gate, and it should be secure enough for her to not get out. Well, somewhat anyways. My mom came out, babysat Nala and Stella today and the camp while I went into town to renew the hotspot and to go to the church pantry this morning. They got lots of food. I'm excited about that. Next week, all the pantries will be closed because it's a holiday week. And yeah, so pretty much today I have accomplished that, getting a fruit dryer or just a dryer out there, temporary. I'm gonna have to do something different because it's on the ground, and completed my half wall around the yurt. I'm pretty excited. My mom brought the pallets this morning, by the way, when she came. Thankfully, I needed those. I haven't noticed a difference on the grapes yet, but I've definitely noticed that these are drying out. That's pretty obvious. These ones are going to work really well, I think. I don't see any bugs on them. It's a good sign. Tonight's dinner is an orange, nectarine, some table grapes from Mexico, some cinnamon swirl sourdough. Oh my god, this is super delicious, by the way. And a very ripe plantain. They got several of these. This is the ripest one. I've never had a plantain like this, and not sure if I'm going to like it, but we'll see. Cheers. Oh, wow. Yeah. Really sweet. Sweeter than I was expecting. See you tomorrow. Hope you have something good to eat too. Hope your day was really good. And if it wasn't, remember, the sun will come out tomorrow. Day 70? Holy crap. I just went and collected a basket full of firewood so I can have breakfast. I think it's going to rain today. It's a good thing I pulled in those fruits yesterday. Sadly, where I live, if you don't like the weather, you wait 5 minutes and it changes. Oh, hey, a little wild strawberry. Is it ripe? Ooh, it's not quite. Oh, I picked it anyways. Oops. I didn't mean to pick you. I'm so sorry, but I'll eat you. Ooh, ooh, it's sour. That was a potent little thing. See if I can find any more of those. There's another one there. Another one there. I made a fire to make breakfast, but I forgot I had these cinnamon rolls. The frosting fell off from all of them because they all got mixed about. But I think this might be my quickest, easiest breakfast. Not healthy, but who cares? Last night I hung my fruit in this basket here. Well, crate hanging from that. So the critters didn't get them. I live off from corporate waste. You can too. I've made a puree out of the nectarines and I'm going to put it in this bottle and ferment it and make a little bit of pop. I've spread the puree out. I put it in this thing and I'm going to stick it up here. And we have this. This is going to be good in a couple of days. This is the nectarines and a couple of grapes. No added sugars, just water and fruit. And in a few days, it should start to carbonate, maybe a little longer because we're relying on the wild yeast. But in like 3 or 4 days, this should start to carbonate and maybe make some pop. We're going to sit it right here. It'll be a nice cool place out of the sun. I've rigged up this contraption to hold on to the grapes. I think I might have put too many of them in there, and I'm hoping that it stays steady. But there it is. I'm going to try this. I'm going to close this up a little bit just to keep the heat going up. I set my poncho up so I can collect some rainwater. Hopefully, it'll pool up on here and end up in there. Day 71. Yesterday I mismanaged my batteries. Today is looking like it's actually going to rain. Yesterday we didn't get hardly any rain, so this morning we went out to get water. Trying to catch as much sunlight as I can, and I don't know if this is going to work, but it was kind of doing something. Trying to get the rest of my stuff inside before the rain comes down. I don't want any of the electronics to get wet, but I don't know how long this storm is going to last. Oh, I'm in luck. I just heard raindrops. I went yesterday, or this morning, sorry. I'm trying to hurry because I have limited batteries. We got a fire this morning. We're boiling water, but now the water's coming to us. So I wish I would have looked at the radar, but it didn't say that we were getting much. So I'm getting inside and getting this phone out of the rain. I don't know how much more film I'm going to be able to do today or if I'm going to be able to upload. Yeah, it came down enough for me to actually take a shower. Yeah, and a thunderstorm. I'm one crazy motherfucker. I got to take a shower today. It rained so hard that I was standing underneath the drippings from my tarp out there. And I had to even dig little channels for the water to flood properly because we were flooded. I put my fire out, but we collected a lot of water. Not as much as I was hoping, but for for the short period of time that it rained, we got a lot of water. And I can still hear the thunder every now and again, so the storm's not quite past us. The threat's not gone, but it's just now sprinkling a little bit. I see a ton of baby toads outside too. I'm not taking the phone out there to record anything because, well, I got cracks in this screen, and this is the better camera with the most space for recording. So yeah, I'm excited, and I'm clean. Feel good. What are you doing in my bathroom? No, seriously. No, not really. I just making jokes. But good morning. It's day 72. Going to be starting a new series. They'll probably be short format or maybe like a 5-minute clip of cooking. Yeah, the things that I do for cooking. I'll add some of them into the daily things, but I think I'm going to start a separate series of me just cooking stuff in the bush. And all of my Patreons are going to get those videos a week early. Smoking the fruit was awful, so I'm back on the dehydrating tray here. I've spread them out a little bit more, like suggested. They kind of clumped up here earlier. Also got some nectarine seeds that are fully dry. Let me move these out of, oops, almost knocked them all over. There we go. Now, I highly recommend a different method for drying fruits. If you're going to use a fire, don't use a smoker. It did make fruit leather, but it tasted awful, and I had to throw it away. It was wasted, sadly. These pallet walls here are nice, but they're short, and, bears can still get in them. I've started this project. Just need one more good solid pallet here. This should be a decent size, a 2x2. But I don't have any more pallets right now, so I'm just going to have to wait. Tomorrow's a busy day for me. It's my uncle's celebration of life, his memorial or funeral, however you want to say that. So yeah, I'll be doing that most of the day tomorrow. Any idea how to fix something like this? Like, can I sew this and would it hold? Nala's a really good hunter. If I put her in there, she'd eat all the mice for me. Wouldn't have to worry so much about them. Only during the day, not like permanently. She'd just be in there and doing her own thing, and the mice would not at all expect to see a cat all of a sudden in there. I relocated the little lean-to here from over here. This gives us a little bit more room for sunshine and activities. I'd have to give that sandwich probably a 5 out of 10. I don't think I'd ever make that again. I don't have a mirror. You know what? I'm just going to shave it all off. Ha! I had the phone upside down because I couldn't see my chin. Well, did I miss the spot? I squeezed half a lemon into this glass And I squeezed these shorts over my ass. On day 73, I went to my uncle's memorial service. We got together, we had food, and reminisced. We had a little memory wall of all the photographs, and got to see family members I haven't seen in 15 years. Cousins that are now taller than I am that were just kids the last time I saw them. Sure does put things in perspective. I'm not doing much else today. We're back. It's hot. It's already 5 o'clock, and that's basically what I did. I don't care if this video does well. This is just my daily log. So thank you for everybody who follows along and watches my videos. And this is my message to you. Time is your most precious luxury. Time with others, the ones you care about. When they're gone, they're gone. And all you have is those memories. So I hope you have good memories with the people that you will miss when they're gone. And I hope they have good memories of you, just in case you leave early. But don't make excuses. Make the time. Thank you, everybody. And hug your loved ones. You could be gone tomorrow. For lunch, I'm frying up some yam chips and onions and some vegetable shortening. I'm gonna make it crispy. They got a little crispier than I'd like. Sometimes I let Rin and Millie off leash around camp to do their own thing, go to the bathroom and things like that. It's a little bit easier. And Rin just alerted to something off in the bushes while I was cooking, so I went to attend to that first, get them on the leash, and make sure there wasn't a bear sneak up on us. But she was pretty adamant that there was something over here that needed our attention, so I burnt the chips instead of getting them golden brown like I wanted to. But that's fine. I'd rather burn my food a little bit than um, ignore my dogs anymore, because they're telling me when we need to be looking out. Especially Rin. She may be barking at nothing, but if it is nothing, then it's nothing. But if it's something, then at least we were aware of it. Rin keeps alerting off into this direction. That's hard on the voice. I didn't hear anything running off, so it's probably birds or something else. Or maybe there's something that's just not afraid of me yelling. Could be a person. Who knows? I made a hanging basket thing here for playing some cone ball. It's fermenting. I am going to give it one more day. I think tomorrow I'll drink it. Today is Sunday, so I will wait. And now I'm using my cooking fire to smoke away the freaking bugs. I started drying out a few yam chunks just for an experiment, and these grapes are looking good. The bugs don't seem to be super interested in them because of the smoking process. Day 75, something like that. 74, 75. Forget what I'm at. Woke up to thunderstorms, expecting more rain, and it's also supposed to be 90 degrees today. So we got a heat wave and thunderstorms, and somehow it's still cloudy as hell out there. It feels like it's still 6 a.m. Hasn't got much brighter. I just put the solar out. It's like almost noon, and yeah. Low on batteries, but gonna pop the top. Whoops. I heard it. Damn, I should have done that outside. I just got it all over. Oops. My phone is now sticky. How disgraceful. Ah, tasty. Very messy. That was dumb. Oops. Silly mistakes. I'll clean up my own mess. Sticky mess has been cleaned up, and it's settled down just a little bit. The fruit's kind of stopping the pop from coming down, but very tasty. It's carbonated, still sweet, does not taste like alcohol. Delicious. And if you didn't see the first video when I made this, all this is water and fruit. You can do the same thing with pine needles, which is something I'll do eventually, but I'm going to boil that water first. Then put the pine needles in, put it in here after this has already been cleaned out, and make some Sprite. Well, something similar to Sprite. See that in the future. That'll be in the cooking series, probably. It's kind of cooking, because you got to boil the water. It's cooking. If you're trying to make this at home, period, the smaller you can get it, the better. These bottles really, really work for fermenting these. This is kind of what you need. If you're going to try it, do this. But if you're not, you can use pretty much any jar. Just remember, it's going to go poof when you open it. Well, good morning. It is another hot as hell day and cloudy. It is 9:30 and it still looks like 6 a.m. because we have thunderstorms. It's going to be cloudy and rainy most of the day and tomorrow too. I don't mind the rain and we definitely need it. It's welcome if it actually rains, but it hasn't. It didn't rain yesterday. It sounded like it was going to, but it didn't. This heat has been exceptionally great for the grapes, drying into raisins. The humidity, not so much, but it looks like they're doing just fine. And these are now great. I can collect them. They're pretty much dry. Looks like we have a lot of grains here, too. This is going to be useful in the future. They're not ready yet. This is my view from the hammock. It's very peaceful. You know, my life is actually not bad. It had stopped broken. My life doesn't need fixing. And I'm not addicted to drugs. I smoke marijuana. That's about it. But that's recreational in my state. This missing tooth was from a root canal that I got when I was 6 years old. And then I didn't have dental insurance, so I couldn't afford to keep it. Yeah. Nah, there ain't nothing wrong in my life. I live a pretty much stress-free life. And I run in the same race that y'all are in. See, I'm in a marathon. You're sprinting to the end. I know that we all gotta die. Bro. Is my life perfect? Is my life perfect? Fuck no. Does it need fixing? No, there's nothing wrong with my life. Okay? Do I want to be homeless? No. I would much rather have the luxury of sitting on my ass, scrolling YouTube like the rest of you people, and knowing that I've got that security this winter where I won't freeze my ass off. But right now, the only thing I'm concerned about is winter, making it through winter. Not getting a job, not fixing my life, bro. Because you're not having a day off in 3 months is not my problem. That's a you issue. That's making you sick. It's not what it's not enough to be physically wealthy. You gotta also be mentally strong. And out here, it's about the mental. Oh, you scared it away. Go around. Don't break the milkweed. Good job. I was trying to get that butterfly ring. So were you, but I was trying to capture it on film. We're out to get water though, and it's another really hot day. Refreshing. Got what we came for. Now we're on our way out. Up, up. Keep going. Keep going. Let's go. Keep going up the hill. Up, 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 up. Oh, shit. Now we got a half mile to walk back home. Oh, fuck. Hey, that's pretty. Gonna have to check that out on iNaturalist. Oh, I don't mind if I do. Thank you, nature. These ones are ripe. I'm gonna leave that one because it's obviously already been claimed. It just keeps teasing me. Look at this. It looked like rain, but it ain't raining. Really? We're gonna go inside. Come on. I want to go inside. Come on. That's thunder. Come on. Rain already. I haven't been this eager for rain and I don't know, a long time. It's actually never since I've been out here. I've not been eager for rain. But I need it to rain. Woohoo! It's finally raining! Yes! 3 days of being teased. Worst foreplay ever. Yes! Here's that wind! Oh, finally! It's so dark out here, and it's super loud, and extremely windy! Yeah! Oh, that was a big fucking stick that just fell on the... Oh, there's another couple of them. Yeah, that's not good. That's why I got the girls inside. Look, there's a bunch more that just fell. I got this big old stick that come down from the tree. Look how big that is. That would have hit me in the head. It probably would have killed me, or at least hurt like hell and probably put me in the hospital. Hey, I found Gary. Hey, Gary. Don't worry, you're safe. Not allowed to eat you. And I'm not hungry enough to eat you. Today, we're going to be making some more pop. Yes, wild fermentation. So, I went and gathered one little rootstock of a raspberry, some raspberry leaves, 2 different types of pine needles from 2 different trees, one, I don't know if you can see it, there's a couple strawberry leaves in there, and one very unripe strawberry in here someplace. It's white. All right, let's pour some hot water in. Okay, and, ooh, that's hot, 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 hot. Gonna flip it over for about 5 minutes. And now we're just gonna let it cool here with the lid on it. Day 78's breakfast. 5 eggs, 1 potato. Yeah, look good. Hopefully it tastes as good as it looks. Okay, here we go, focused. Bubbles! Bubbles! That means wild fermentation has started. I'm really getting annoyed with my brother and his girlfriend or fiance. They're the same people who were supposed to bring me the camper who still haven't done that and then made excuses and excuses. And finally I decided, you know what, I don't want the damn camper. Bring me pallets. I said, fine, we can bring you pallets. They got a trailer load of pallets. And then they send me a message on a phone that they know that is only on limited times, right? And do you want the pallets today? You want to bring the pallets? Well, my phone wasn't on, so no, I didn't reply. So they didn't bring the pallets because that's smart, right? No, I don't want the pallets. No, not today. Not as soon as you get them. No, that would be stupid, right? So yeah, I still haven't gotten the pallets. They broke down their trailer and they somehow were able to put the entire trailer in the back of my brother's truck, but they aren't able to put the pallets in the truck and bring them to me. And they don't answer the phone. They were supposed to be here 3 days ago. Said she was going to be here. Did not show up. Did not do what they were going to do. The only reason that I've gotten pallets is because of my cousin and my mom, who had to put 2 of the pallets in the back of her vehicle because my brother wouldn't get off his lazy ass to put them in the car for her. That's what I had to deal with. Because he'd rather sit on his ass playing video games and being a shit dad. Get your life together. That's the person who really needs their life together. Do you see? Because if I had a secure location for my animals, which I can do with these pallets, then I could go and make money. I could be gone from camp a little bit longer and know that my animals are secure. They can't be secure in the tent. Walls. I can't do something primitive and keep them safe inside it. Not around here. We don't have the wood for it. It's stupid, and I just really hate people sometimes. Thank you to my cousin for who's been helping me, and my mom who's been helping me. I've got the dog's blankets, their outside blankets, hanging up here to dry because everything is soaked. But according to this dumb bitch, I'm throwing a tantrum after holding them accountable for what the fuck they say. This is why I hate stupid motherfucking people. Check out the linked video and you'll see the text messages. And please tell me, did I do something wrong after being assertive and saying, when the fuck are you gonna do what the hell you tell me you're gonna do? I gotta stay low this weekend. It'll be alright. Say hi to YouTube. Say hi to YouTube. I gotta make a little log today. My ma brought me 3 more pallets today. Got the sturdiest thing. I got them nailed together just temporarily. And this is the thing that I'm having a hard time with. I don't know exactly how to attach these structurally. I am not a carpenter. I'm not a builder. Never worked in construction. I welcome suggestions and things like that, but telling me that I need to get a job, comments negative about my animals, like I don't deserve them, things like that, you can just fuck right off. The internet makes you too fucking bold. Mike Tyson basically said something along the lines of, the internet has emboldened too many assholes to say shit that would normally get them punched in the face. These are looking pretty dry. Drying out slowly, but they're getting there. Found a mystery garden. Yeah. Look at all these. So hopefully it rains. Get her. Get her. Get her. Oh, you get her, Blade. Come on. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. Yes. Good girl. Good girl. Good job. You happy, girls? Dug out the ash of my fire pit here. I saved some of it with the dirt there. I'm going to keep piling it up around it. And then some of the rest of this went into the garden. So these are definitely raspberries because blackberries tend to have a bluish hue to them on the new shoots. And you can see how green these are. These are new shoots. And you can see these ones over here have a reddish tint to them. This is Scotch thistle. Scotch thistle used to be planted in huge fields to keep out armies. There's also some staghorn sumac that's just starting to grow here. The bracken ferns, which make up the majority of the forest around us. These are pretty common in many different places and can also be used as a thatch if you get them in large quantities. There seems to be an abundance of the raspberries, just waiting on them to actually ripen. Independence Day here in America. Need to be quiet this weekend. I won't be shooting off fireworks or making a bunch of noise. I'll be doing as little as possible outside so I'm not making a bunch of noise and attracting attention. Not that I've seen a lot of people, but where I'm at, sometimes people like to come down on the holidays and I just don't need the wrong kind of visitors showing up. Had another pallet delivery from my cousin today. Brought quite a few. But I still have no skills, and this does not feel safe or secure to me. These are not nailed in, they're not the right size, see? So I think what I got to do is just sort of rip these apart, slat by slat, and do something completely different. Because I don't like the way the walls are. It's supposed to be temporary, but I got to keep my animals in this. If it don't feel safe for my animals, they ain't gonna be in it. Bucket we had up here next to our bear hang fell down. It's laying on the ground here, broke and fell. No bears, which is good. But definitely alerted the dogs and freaked them out a little bit and made me a little wary. But it was definitely faulty hardware. So I gotta do something different with that one and hang that one a little bit higher. Just faulty hardware. You can see the stress marks on it. It just snapped. Really surprised that it actually lasted as long as it did. And nothing broke open. There was no bite marks in it, so it was clearly not an animal. This is good. I saw this fungus today. It was really weird. I've never seen this before. Almost looks like a really big pile of bird poop. And then there's this one right over here. Smaller one. But still pretty interesting. This thing is finicky as all hell, but when you get it to work, you get it to work. I had to put a stick in here just to hold this cord in the right position because the pins in this suck. Terrible design. I don't understand why the solar panel on this couldn't have been another USB port instead of the weird port that it's got. But thankfully we've got sun today. And this little panel over here is also working. And these ones popped up in a single day. They're this big. They were just sprouting in the morning when I brought out the solar. About as big as the bottom of the stem there. It's amazing how fast mushrooms grow sometimes. Let's get them out of the way. It is a really hot day today. I hope wherever you are, you've got some cool air or at least cool beverages. And that you're able to enjoy some of our American freedoms. Public lands, public spaces, universal health care. If we had that. How do you celebrate your independence if you're an American? Because obviously other countries don't celebrate Independence Day. Water. Bugs. I really hate the bugs. Collecting water this morning. It's 7:30. Try to get up early before the heat. Hi, Millie, you're in the camera shot. Back away. Back away, fool. Get out of the camera. Thank you. Every time, without fail. Put the camera up someplace and she always knocks it over the first time. Our water levels are low. Rin, you get out of the camera. Damn it. Just stay out of the way. All the room in the world. They're unleashed. They're always unleashed when we're out and about. Oh, gotta stretch too far out. Oh. And lift. Oh. Worst part, just carrying it all the way back home. And this is not the greatest bag for this. Would be better if I had a external frame pack for this kind of weight. But it is what it is. And also the way I have to lift it on my back is not proper. Usually it's up over your head to your back so you're not twisting and bending. I can't do that with a big thing of water. So I gotta do it the wrong way. Looks like it's too early to get any kind of light. You see none of these are on. This one will just keep flashing here. Funny though, when I first got up and put it out here, it was on. Hey, advice from a tree. Root yourself. Leave room to grow. Branch out. Be a shelter. And drink plenty of water. Don't forget to breathe. This is a common mullein plant. They're pioneer plants, so they can grow in places where most plants don't have enough nutrients to grow. They're biennial, which means their first stage is a rosette, their second stage is the tall plant. Just look how many of these are occupied by these little bees. This log to prevent it from molding and keep bugs out. One potato and one yam, however big you want them, and put a little bit of beef fat. I tend to burn stuff when I start doing other projects. Do you do that at home? You start baking something, or maybe you leave something in the microwave for several hours till it becomes cold again because you were doing something else. Make sure you shake it up a little bit or stir it up a little bit so you don't burn everything at the bottom. All right, I'm going to add in a little lentils now. And I don't do measurements about that much. You know, it depends on the size of your pot and how much you want to make and all that kind of stuff. This is just going to be basically soup, okay? I'm going to add in some of the peas. I added my water and now I'm waiting for it to boil. The heat is really affecting some of these plants here. I took and put some holes in the bottom of these cans so I can put water in them. You can see that there's still a little bit of water in that one. And this one's empty. That way you can drain out into the soil slowly and actually get into the soil. Because you can see here where this is wet, where I poured the water, it just sort of runs off. Because this soil is super dry and it's hydrophobic. Yes, I really enjoy having moits. Poor Rin has a puffy eye here. Can you see it? I think she got bit by something. Or maybe she got hit in the eye with something. I don't know. They play a lot. I got medicine for her though. See, this stuff right here works good on the eyes. Expensive, but well worth it. This, iNaturalist is telling me, is a wild lettuce. Ah, here's one that looks like it's just popping up. You can see here that the deer absolutely love this plant. I want to pull it off and let it sit and cool down for a bit. A little bit of curry, a little bit of turmeric, a tiny amount of cayenne, just for a little bit of a kick, but not very noticeable, and salt and pepper. Mashed a plantain with a wooden spoon. It was me. I did it in the kitchen. And I'm adding some corn flour. I was going to say all-purpose flour. You can add all-purpose flour, but I'm adding corn flour. That looks more like a dough. Yeah. Just sort of thin it out a little bit. Well, they turned out really good, actually. Oh. Mmm. Wow. Yeah. You saw nothing. It's really good. Honestly, this is probably one of my favorite recipes I made out here. I didn't think it was going to turn out very good. Kind of like the plantain scramble. No, this one's way better. Kind of worried that these are going to mold before they dried, but it looks like they're doing pretty good. Day 83. It's already super hot this morning. I've mulched my garden because I'm not able to keep up on the water needs, and that's going to help keep it from drying out a little bit. It was nice and cool last night, so my pop is nice and cool today. But I'm going to pop the top, and I'm outside this time. Oh, that's sad. I'd have to say there's a serious lack of fermentation. I am a little nervous, though. Not bad. It kind of reminds me of a little bit of Sprite, or maybe that's because I was expecting it to. Definitely not my favorite. Nope. Something I know the house dwellers watching are going to take for granted is storage. You need dry storage for your food and clothing to keep out all the pests. Mold and mildew is also something that you really have to be concerned about, especially when it's humid. So when you decide that you need to go off-grid, make sure you invest heavily into something that will keep things dry. Tip possibly that might work is something like Zorbies that can absorb moisture. What do you do to keep your stuff dry and safe from pests? I'm really curious. I need to know. And thank you, Dawn Marie, for your tier 3 Patreon. I really appreciate it. We are going to go for a bit of a walk. These honeysuckle berries may look delicious, but I'm pretty certain they're not edible. I mean, depends on which book you read. This plant right here is also called plantain. When it starts to flower, it's not as edible. It's a little bit more bitter. So you want to get it early spring. What you can do with these is there's a little bit of olive oil in over them, and you can crisp them up in the oven and eat them like chips. There's all kinds of other things you can do with them. Native Americans used to call them the white man's herb because they're not native. We brought them over from Europe, and they only grow in hard-packed soils. So they only grew along pathways that the Europeans made when they came to North America. I don't know if they're supposed to be on here. It might be a fire unit for the DNR, though. Yes, that was the DNR fire unit, and I don't have to worry about anything. I had a short talk with them, and we had a good laugh. So, good thing. Gotta go get water. Early morning, beat the heat. It's gonna be good. Hopefully we see some cool stuff. Try to be quiet and not talk to the camera too much. Early morning is usually when all the animals are out. Side daisies are also a great snack. These are really good. I recommend trying them. We are back to the water. Hitting horseflies instead of mosquitoes today. I hate horseflies almost more, probably more, than mosquitoes. Get in my bucket, water. I need the hydration. The water level has gone down quite a bit, making it a little more difficult to get water. I want to take some stones for the fire pit, but you don't take stones from the river and put in your fire, or they will probably explode. Bruce Lee used to be my idol, actually still is. He used to jog every day, and he'd change up his pace all the time randomly. Running, walking, jogging. I'm able to actually run with a full jug of water. Maybe not my fastest, but I can jog. 84 days ago, I wouldn't have been able to do that. I could probably walk with this damn thing. Just slow down. Feels good, actually. Vary my pace up a little bit. The girls like it too. They like to run. I hope you're having a good day. I got lots of food at home. I'm waiting to go eat. Haven't had breakfast yet. There's only two communities that you can join at any time. That's the disabled community and the homeless community. All it takes is an accident, illness, series of misfortunate events, like your car breaking down, and you're not able to replace it, and there's no public transportation because you live in BFE. And all the jobs that are local are already taken because you live in a tiny little fucking town and they ain't hiring. So what do you do? And then when you're out homeless and you have animals that you have to take care of and you can't just leave them in a fucking tent because that's irresponsible and disrespectful to your pets, what do? My job is YouTube. I also work for Instacart, but that's not going to do me any good without a vehicle, right? So I have a job. Got the water on after I ate some breakfast. You'll have to watch that video when it comes out in a week. Patreons, you'll get that in the next day or two. My cousin, coming through once again, loaned me a tool so I can use this to pull apart these pallets. Once I can get these apart, I can finish this. And he also gave me some advice on how to do this. And I'll show you that in a future video when I'm done with it. It rained all night last night. We filled up all of the water containers we put underneath the tarp, and the rain catch is halfway full. The garden got lots of water, and we have extra water. I'm going to be pulling apart pallets today. I'm very limited on my battery, so I'm just going to upload this morning, and maybe there might be another video coming today. But all I plan on doing is either sleeping in a little bit longer because I'm tired. I didn't go to bed till super late last night because I just couldn't sleep. And pallets when it dries up a little bit. Rain's still coming down just a little bit this morning. The coyotes are pretty close. Good girl. Okay, stop now. Stop now. You get out of here! You get out of here! You think that scared him away? Okay, quiet now. Girl. Yeah, that was fun, wasn't it? We scared him off. I hope, anyways. Good girl. Sorry, I'm not trying to blind you. Just showing everybody what's going on. Yeah, that was fun. Life out here is interesting. And this is sometimes why I don't get sleep. Every time I cook steak, Coyote's like, "Hey, I didn't get any. I didn't get any." Also, both my girls are in heat. That doesn't help at all. So, sleeping with a knife and the gun loaded. I'd rather take on a bear, to be honest. Packs scare the shit out of me. Good morning, YouTube. Oh, every single time I bring out the camera. She don't like to be on film, apparently. Good morning, YouTube. My voice is a little hoarse. Coyotes last night. I kind of threw my voice out yelling at them. They were basically right outside camp. I melted down some wax and I made a few emergency cooking candles using some pistachio nuts and an old wick and some bits of punky wood that look like that. And this is here drying so I can put more in another can and add this wax to it. And we did get some construction done. We ripped apart several pallets. This is way more sturdy than what I had built earlier. Cousin suggested that. That's a better way to hook them on. And I've also got an end cap here. Now I just need more materials to finish the rest. I think I'm going to cut several of them in half and do another half pallet on top of the walls. That'll give me enough room to stand up. I've also been looking for long enough, sturdy enough dry logs to fill this gap in and make this. But there's not too many of these left. I need to get quite a bit so I can fill in this bit here. I also started a new plot here for burying some cat litter and dog doo-doo and compost. It just helps the soil get a little bit more rich and helps things grow. These wild lettuces are starting to seed out. This is good. I want those. One of my goals is also to collect as many native species seeds as I can so I can make a food forest seed mix, meaning this entire bag can be dropped or made into little clay balls and put anywhere in my area and grow native natural plants. I don't see mold or mildew, and I'm not entirely sure if they're done. I'm going to let these seeds go though. There'll be plenty more where those come from, but let's taste one of these. Ooh, they've got this really sweet, smoky flavor. Wow, see, look at this. What a beautiful day. Couldn't ask for better weather for drying out fruit in the sun. I'm not on government programs. I don't have insurance to the state, SNAP, food benefits, nothing like that. I rely on food banks and generosity and family to help. Oh, it looks like I got something in my tooth there. Tomato. To pick that out. I won't do it on camera. Staying at camp a little bit too much lately, and we need to go find some resources. Hey, blackberry! But these roots are fantastic for helping with dysentery. We have gone off trail. I prefer avoiding tall ferns like this because this is where the ticks like to be. Another issue of not being able to see where you put your feet is it's easy to trip, which means it's easy to break an ankle. So go slow. Make sure you know where your footing is before you take another step. Right here, what we're after. Yeah, I said I wasn't sure what I'm looking for, but now I found it. Yum, 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 yum. Native Americans just chew this like bubble gum. If you have any experience with cherry gum or tree gum in general, what would you do with this? All of that are raspberries or blackberries, one of the two. Found some cinnabar, that's a polypore mushroom, usually used for dyes. Found some marijuana. Just kidding. Bonus points to anybody who can tell me what this plant really is. Another amazing discovery while I was stuffing my face full of raspberries, found some yarrow. Just one plant though. Yarrow is excellent for stopping bleeding. You would make a poultice out of the yarrow and pack that into the wound. That would help greatly reduce your bleeding. It's an anticoagulant. Another great snack. This is clover. Red clover, even though it's got a purple flower. Yum. Eat the flower. Well, don't need any bonus protein or being stung by a bee. And found a green apple floating in the river. That means upstream someplace there's an apple tree. Hey, would you look at that? Just on the other side of the road was the apple tree. Look at there. Yeah, that was good. That felt good, didn't it? I think these might be wild choke cherries. And I'm pretty sure these are crab apples here. Hawthorn. These berries are edible. They make great fruit leather, but you cannot eat the seeds. These seeds turn into a form of cyanide in your, I think, large intestine or small intestine, in your intestines anyway. This is poison hemlock. I've been eating what I can, trailside. This is a beautiful spot. It got warm out. A little 100 days compilation of all the clips, so that way I can sit and watch them straight through. Doing what I can to work on myself and better my own situation. And frying up some vegetables. Then I'm gonna add in some couscous. I think it's good for my touche. The couscous is done. That looks good. And here's some of the progress that I've made. Door frame is done, sort of, I think. I'm gonna need some advice on this. The mosquitoes have been so damn bad lately that I've had to have a little smoky fire like this to keep them away. I'm pretty sure Les Stroud mentioned one time that it's the 10-minute warning when you hear, but it's so loud it's almost like your ears are ringing. Yeah, that's what it's like out here. This tooth really likes to hang on to debris, doesn't it? These are not all of the raisins, but these are the ones that were dry enough to collect. These are the ones I did the squeeze test on, and they were a little too squishy. See, I can roll that in my finger. Too much moisture. We'll let those sit out for another day or two. Hopefully we don't get any moisture. You take any kind of plant matter and you put it in water till it starts to smell funky, and then you pour that water over your plants, they will love you for it. It's called compost tea, basically, and it's extremely nutritional for plants. They don't smell very good, but you can take your lawn clippings, things that you normally don't want to put in compost or in your garden because, you know, rhizomes and all that stuff, and you want grass or different weeds that you're trying to get rid of. As long as you don't pour the seeds into it, you should be good. Does not take long for these to seed out. Now I gotta come with a bag and collect these. I absolutely love the color of these flowers and just the shape. They're beautiful. My melons are popping up. It has been really difficult to keep up with the needs of these plants. It's hot, and I think I need to shade them midday because the mulch ain't working. But I've got flowers already coming in, and so far I don't see too many pests messing with them. Found these. There's a bunch of big strawberry plants here. Look at these. Those are massive. No strawberries on them, but I didn't know they were here. I'd seen these ripe berries. Come over to investigate, and I just happened to find them down there. So I cleared out a couple of the weeds so they can get a little bit more sun. Are there specific edibles that you enjoy? What time of the year do they come out? I would love to know. I'm a plant guy. I'm also a fungi. Our Patreon members get to see some of my videos a week earlier than everybody else. So if you want to see my videos earlier, please go to Patreon and subscribe. It's 5 a.m. Really bad thunderstorm. Phone's too bright. Where did you go, Stella? There you are. Say hi to the camera. It's okay. It's okay, honey. Good girl. It's all good. It's okay. I didn't mean to scare you. Yep, it's got the girl's all scared too. I'm kind of scared actually. We've been through a lot of storms. At least I got water. If I don't upload this and you find my phone, I was struck by lightning. And I didn't get superpowers for whatever reason. The advantage is wet wood smokes a lot, and the bugs are awful today, especially the little tiny no-see-ums. I removed all of my raisins from the drying screen yesterday. This is my last little coffee. That storm woke me up early this morning, so I got up after the storm was gone, which 40-mile-an-hour winds, by the way. That was a very quick storm, and it moved in and out very fast. I went back to sleep, and I slept until, well, about 10:30. And I don't ever sleep this late. It's weird. I don't really know what to do. But now that I'm outside, the bugs are just awful. Sorry for the unstable camera. I have to hold it with my knees. So, how I make the coffee with these things, I don't even bother boiling water because this is fine enough to where it makes coffee. Now, I made a protein drink, and I'm just going to add it to it. And I'm going to shake the hell out of it and let it sit. And then I'm going to drink it all. Grounds and everything. Give me my money. Where's my money? Of course, if you have a coffee maker, use that. I don't have a coffee maker, and I don't want hot water right now. It's hot. I don't want anything hot, but I do want the coffee. See how this is starting to turn yellow almost immediately? That means it is a American wild lettuce. You're such good girls. Come on, let's go. Good job. The majority of my comments are really helpful and supportive, but many of them are not. So here's your chance, YouTube. Comment. Tell me what a piece of shit I am for having animals and being homeless and whatever you want. Get negative. Get as negative as you possibly can. As long as you're commenting, it helps me out. So I don't care. Say whatever you want. You're only going to help me make money. It is day 90. Nice cool morning. Still really warm though. Look at there. Look at there. Look at it. It's so tiny. Yes. I love it when the garden pays off. Got a whole box of food today from the pantry. We've got tomato soup, some canned evaporated goat's milk. That's going to be really cool. Some pancake syrup for sweetness because they didn't have sugar. Some Korean teriyaki. Gonna love that. Some Korean, I have no idea how to pronounce this. So if you do, tell me in the comments. Trail mix. Another thing of the, what is this called? Protein powder. Brain not working. Too hot. Overheating. Some cherry pie. Oh God, some cherry pie. Got some more coffee. I got some dry milk. Some strawberries. A ton of peppers. And there's tomatoes down there. I've got some mushrooms and 3 pounds of ground burger. And then there's some American cheese, which not my favorite. Dogs won't even eat that. So, I don't know. It doesn't taste very good by itself, but I can put it in stuff. I got another one of these. I love this. This is delicious. Plus, it's a glass jar. I can use this for fermentation. Bananas. This strawberry crisp chopped salad. Another thing of toilet paper. Whole milk. Unfortunately, this isn't going to fit in the refrigerator, but that's fine because I'm making some cheese out of this. And a bag of snacks. Got a lot of food, a lot of fresh food. I'm excited about that because that means I get to cook. Once this burns down a little bit, I'm going to put some more debris on there and smoke the area out because the bugs. My mom did some laundry for me because out here it's pretty much impossible for me to get these clean. So I'm extremely excited about this. Oh, including this sheet. Oh my god, I'm going to put this on my bed because I've got wool blankets right now and it's just too damn hot for that. But it's already midday and it is hot. Hot. Like humid and 90 degrees hot. I try to make some cheese. And you'll see that in my cooking series. These pine cones that haven't opened up yet make pretty decent scrub pads. These metal drums that I have a hole in the bottom, and I stuck a stick in there, something this size, and then take some of this pine pitch and seal it off. Eventually, they're going to be a water filter. Put charcoal in the bottom, sand, and then larger bits of stone and gravel. Then I can take the stuff straight from the creek and pour it in there, and it'll come out the bottom. I've got two of those, and one of them is going to be a storage for dry goods, and the other one's going to be for filtering water. Just need to find a spout that fits, or make something that fits, and seal it off. Watching these two daddy long legs fight. I'm not sure which one is winning. I think this one's winning. Oh, maybe they weren't fighting. Maybe I just disturbed their lovemaking. Oops. Sorry. Got smoke? Damn right I do. Yes, I do worry about my smoke bringing all the police to my yard. But this is extremely necessary. Whew, the bugs. I wish I was a bat. I'd just eat them all. Around here, it would be great. Oh my god, could you imagine? Could you imagine if I had bat powers? I decided to treat myself yesterday, and I watched two movies, Split and Glass. I do recommend it. Don't listen to the critics. They probably also have a black clover tattoo on their wrist. Can you guess what I had for breakfast? I hung the cheese up here. I didn't want the raccoons or a bear to take off with it. Can you see the smoky hills over there? There's a wildfire someplace that's affecting air quality. I'm not entirely sure where that's at because I'm pretty much out of the loop on everything current events. I don't always listen to music out here. Most times I don't. I try to stay quiet, but today's a good music day. I'm gonna can about a pound of this beef, and hopefully it'll seal. There we go, that's bubbling nicely. Yeah, I made a dumb mistake. The water was evaporating too quickly, so I added water to it, which was really stupid because it broke the jar. So I can keep the fat. That's what I wanted anyways. Actually, I really wanted a burger, but I got 3 pounds of it. I hate wasting it. It's a little less than a pound, but it's a lot of burger to waste. And no, it's not edible. Can't risk it. Yeah, the bottom basically just broke out of it. So I'm just going to add it to the fire here, and I'm going to try to melt that glass because this fire's pretty damn hot. Yeah, Rin and I are just out here checking out the wildfire smoke. You can kind of see it's all hazy. You can really see it over there. I removed the boiling water pan, the double boiler, and just put that straight on the fire. And now I'm just going to let this cook. I learned that the French like to preserve and cook things in their own fats. Quick question. Who inspires you? I have plenty of people who inspire me, but I want to hear from you. I'll tell you in the future, if you tell me first. Day 92. Hard to breathe out here. Woke up coughing. See the smoky haze around me. Like I said, you can see it off in the distance in the field there. I was in the wilderness first responders many years back through the Washington Conservation Corps. And we did trainings for different things. And I did area backcountry medicine. And some of my crewmates, they were on the fire lines learning how to put out wildfires. And we got to go to a wildfire camp where they were actively trying to put out a wildfire. It took us about 3 hours one way to drive to this camp. And by the time we got there, thankfully, they had already accomplished what they needed and stopped the start of this major wildfire when I was in Washington. But it is a dangerous job. And I commend everybody who is out there fighting these fires right now because they make their own weather. That's how powerful wildfires are. They start making their own weather. Yeah, this is not fog out here. Look at all of them popping up. Now the United States is experiencing an outbreak, and my state happens to be experiencing some of the most cases. If you're experiencing liquidy, runny diarrhea and abdominal issues, you possibly have cryptosporidium. It is a intestinal parasite that is apparently on a lot of produce. You need to wash them and thoroughly cook your vegetables. Well, I thought we had systems for this, right? Well, we did, but you know who decided to dismantle those systems. So maybe it was a bad idea to eliminate funding for public health. Who would have guessed that? Veggies for breakfast. Yeah, my breakfasts are really healthy. The reason why this is a big deal is because the CDC's foodborne illness program has been cut back, and cryptosporidium is not the only thing you should be worrying about right now. Literally everything that you're buying at the store is potentially contaminated because all of the processes and programs that used to exist now don't. I'm going to melt some of this American cheese with some of the cheese that I made in a double boiler here while this gets a little bit more, well, crispy. That hamburger, so I'm gonna heat some of the hamburger up and I'm gonna add that to that. I'm not gonna do pretty much anything else. I'm gonna upload this video as soon as I'm done eating, and I'm gonna lay back down and I'm gonna stay as close to the ground as I can because it is actually really difficult to breathe out here. I've been noticing it a lot the last 2 days. And there we go. This would make a delicious chip dip. But I don't have any chips, so I'm just gonna eat it with a spoon. How beautiful this is. I have so many flowers. Is it a good morning on day 92? Is it a good morning? Is it a good morning? We're expecting a thunderstorm today. Haha. So in the meantime, I'm going to be cleaning out my shed tent. It's Korean gochujang. Fermented foods are really good for you. It kind of looks like Spanish rice. That's really good. Made some coffee this morning. I am now unreasonably full. Lots of people die every year from botulinum poison. That's probably why people in countries that grow rice and eat it as a staple food, they don't mix the rice in with the food. They put the food on top of the rice. Not impressed. It's not bad. It's kind of got a caramely taste to it, more like a burnt caramel. Much better. Yeah, much better. I just added the coffee to the protein drink itself. You can dry out your coffee grounds and use them as a bug repellent. Yesterday's video I mentioned cryptosporidium. Yes, that is a thing, but no, that wasn't the thing that I was trying to say. It is cyclospora is the outbreak right now that's giving everyone in America explosive diarrhea. But you can see it's still pretty hazy out here. Yeah, girl, you're a little late to the party. Yeah, you're a little late to the party. Good girl. Yeah, you good girl. Good girl, Millie Millie. I just collected these yesterday, and look how many more popped open. But this is really interesting. See how many aphids are on this thing? Oh, hey. You know what I just found? A ladybug. Having a smorgasbord over here. It looks like it's decimated the majority of these guys over here. He's going to leave her alone. Or him, I'm not sure. I probably already mentioned that one of my goals is to collect as many native seeds as I can possibly gather for a food forest. But yep, that is most definitely fox poop. I'm pretty sure. So far, that's as many seeds as I've collected of the American wild lettuce. This is not bad. We have a really laid back, comfortable life. It isn't the homeless people or the immigrants that are the problem. It's the closed-minded idiots. 2 tomatoes, 2 red peppers, a can of Campbell tomato soup, which is extremely sweet, some dried morels, a couple of the dried white mushrooms, and half a red onion. Went to the pet pantry and I got one of these kennels. Got cat and dog food and treats and a couple more leashes. This thing I can clip to my belt. Cat leash. Got some fresh water so I don't have to carry it. What language would you like to learn? And how would you go about it? Would you use the Rosetta Stone method? Or would you go with the Pimsleur approach? Or Babbel? If you're one of these guys telling me I need to get a job because you watched a 3-minute clip of my life and you think you know better about me, well, you know where to shove it. Suck my socks. I have a job. You're watching me do my job right now. I'm building a channel, and my financial needs are none of your business because you're not paying my bills or sucking my rooster. So, you got 2 options. Either shut your damn mouth or open wide. Can you please cook faster? Waiting on the lentils. I hewed this board here, so it's as flat as I can get it using an axe, but I don't have a hewing axe, so I did my best. And I get to use these wood chips for firewood and fire starting. And Ren's just sitting here enjoying the sunlight. Just enjoying the sun. We got this cool new toy. I don't let them chew rope, so, but I do let her pull on it. Get it. Get it, pull it. Pull it, get it, pull it, get it, yeah, rip it off. 1/4 cup of that gochujang. Now I'm going to toss in my rice. Come on, get out the pan. Okay, that's close enough. And now I'm going to eat all of it today. Eating it all at once is probably not good for you, so don't do that. It's got my nose. It's got my nose running. Spicy. Very spicy. 1 bowl down. Oh, God. Too much to go. My eyes are watering. I would not make the hot wing challenge thing. No way. No, don't ask me to sign up for that. I will just donate my money straight to charity because my body's not worth it. I put these dates out here to see if I could lure any little tiny chipmunks, but apparently I only attract ants. I have several veggies, or squash, growing on the vines here. That's a little onion. There's another onion. There we go. Good job. I challenge you to come out into the woods, wherever you are, and do what I do. Yes, you're allowed help. If you have animals, you should bring your animals with you. You can't leave them behind. You can only eat if you collect the food yourself or go to a food bank or pantry. And if you have a vehicle, you have to leave that behind too. So somebody's going to have to drop you off. And you are only allowed a bicycle or your feet or a little wagon to be able to carry your stuff around. And you got to do this for 100 days. You don't have to do it this year. But if you have the time to do it this year, do it this year. And you record it. This is the bottle where the fruit is floating. Tastes like strawberry. This one, the fruit is sinking to the bottom. Much more carbonated. And this has a bit of a lime taste to it. This definitely is the one that had the lime in it. Almost tastes like a watered down wine cooler. Now, just this regular one. This is my favorite bottle to ferment stuff in because it seals properly. Yeah, that's what I was expecting. See, that's why the other ones, see how that's bubbling up like that? That's why the other ones did not ferment very well or carbonate very well, sorry. They're still fermenting, but it didn't carbonate very well because it is allowed to leave through that lid. It isn't sealed completely. By far the best one. So I've got this secure. I got to put another one here. These aren't nailed in because this will do the same thing I did here. See? I nailed this board to the pallet itself so I could then nail it to the top of the pallets and secure that. I've taken all the other pallets I have apart and stacked them up on this one wood pallet here. Should be able to stand up all right. You can see that's really short. And now I'm going to go and find some logs and sticks so that I can finish the woodshed, because that's going to be important. Tempting to use a couple of these because they're about the right size that I need, but then I'm going to leave my yurt vulnerable, and I don't want to do that. A few more logs on this side here, but I'm tired and it's getting hot and I'm starting to feel heat illness, so I'm taking a break. And I'm going to take more of this debris and throw it on top over here. It's quite a bit of space there. Going on an adventure. Gonna see what we can find. Hey, could have been coyotes. We had a coyote concert, I suppose you could say, right outside our yurt last night. Didn't get a lot of sleep. Coastal flood warnings today, which we're not by the coast, so no big deal. We found a bird's nest that was knocked out of the tree and a little baby bird here that's been killed. Unfortunately, that's life. Well, hello there, future monarch butterfly. You looking beautiful. Not you, horsefly. I hate horseflies. We are exploring a new 2-track. We haven't been down yet. The girls are liking the new adventure. This place is pretty thick. That's a huge beach. Look what we found. Ghost pipe. This is a really good find. These are plants. They are not a fungus. They have no chlorophyll. They're a parasitic plant that live off the roots of the trees. The best harvest practice is just don't pick them because they're often overpicked. But if you really do need them, you know that they're there. It's a very powerful painkiller. If you put it in some vodka, you can make a tincture out of it and use that to solve some pain problems. These orange berries are also honeysuckle. But here are the red ones. They are toxic. But apparently people do drink the nectar from the flowers. Me personally, I don't want to deal with that. And check this out. I just caught this horsefly right here. Right on camera. I don't know if I caught that well enough, but yep. I hate horseflies. I've already showed you the miracles and talked about the miracles of pine resin, natural gum. It does not make bubbles. It's also really good for your oral health. See? You tired? Yeah, she's tired. Good girl. She's got mosquito bites on her face. Hi, Millie. You saw me petting Rin? I pet you too. Good girl. Good girl. Yes. My girls love me. See? We live a pretty good life. Let me tell you who inspires me. There's several YouTubers, Liam with the Plant Slant, Chris with Blackbird Coop, and Allison with Allison Wonderland. I think I said that correctly. Those are 3 of the people who inspire me. Gonna pick some raspberries. And we gathered a little bit of raspberries. This is gonna be delicious. Stella, good girl. Oh, you got a hair on your eye. Look at that. Good girl. Good morning, Stella. You getting some breakfast? Collected a lot of rainwater last night. I say a lot, I mean a lot. That is that full that it is overflowing this lid here. Got some more pallets delivered. This is going to be excellent. Maybe I can get the top layer done and maybe get a roof on it. Successful pantry day. We got all kinds of good stuff. Got these totes so I can put more food and dry stock in them. A couple bags of food. Cottage cheese, something I haven't had in such a long time. And also maybe I can summon Liam with some cottage cheese. A lot of potatoes and yams. Some fresh veggies. Some kitty food. This is going to be delicious. Got a little bit more oil, which is excellent because I just literally ran out yesterday. Some small tomatoes, a couple of these squash. I don't know the name of these squash, but these are going to be delicious. Ooh, these are amazing. I'm going to eat one of these now. Mmm. And yeah, we've got 2 pounds of 73.27 ground beef. My mom also bought me a couple of these. 2 cans of this Mexican-style street corn, which is going to be damn good, I hope. I've never had this one before. Got 4 cans of this Alaskan sockeye red salmon. Absolutely love this stuff. Very healthy for you. I'm going to have to figure out a recipe for 1 or 2 of these. I usually keep this and feed it to Stella because she needs the extra fats and the oils and stuff from here. So do the rest of us. We all need what is in that can. It's extremely healthy for us. So maybe I'll make a meal out of it someday. If you have a recipe for it, go ahead and link it in the comments. Or not link, I don't do links, sorry. Go ahead and post the recipe in the comments or maybe where I can find it. I also got this suitcase. I have never once owned a suitcase in my entire life. I got this nice little pot with a lid. I got this sheet set, which is going to be very nice. A pair of new jeans. Got another pair of nice pants. These are super thin, so when it gets really hot and I still need to wear pants, at least I can keep the mosquitoes off my legs. I got another hat. I got a pair of swim trunks, and I got this ultralight raincoat. This thing from North Face is so light that the hanger that it was on weighed more. A couple of shirts. It feels like the rain is coming back in, which is weird because where we were just out, the sun had just come out. But yeah, I think we're going to get hit again, and I'm trying to get this all taken care of before it gets here because I don't want to be outside right now. Made it inside just in time. Actually, I still got wet, but it's raining out there now, thankfully. Getting ready to eat a little bit of dinner, and I'll show you that in my Cooking in the Bush series. Ha! Hey, I got food prep to do today, so I'm rendering down 2 pounds of hamburger for the fat. I'm going to use the hamburger for other stuff. I have a lot of work to do. Winter is coming up quickly. It may not be something that y'all are thinking about in July, but winter is coming fast, so I have to prepare for that. I have this meat in a double boiler because I'm trying to do other stuff and I don't want to burn the bottom of the pan. I've had this Dutch oven for a very long time, but I haven't been using it out here because cast iron is just notoriously difficult to maintain. And every time it gets a little wet, it starts to rust. So I've cleaned it out today. Now I'm heating it up so I can season it again. This is going to be very important for the winter time. All right, that is a lot of grease. I'm going to pour that into this big bowl. I added in a little bit of that beef fat into the yams here, and I'm going to cook these down. Basically, I just want to cook up a few things and have some meal ready for later tonight so I don't have to cook again. Then I can focus on gathering firewood and finishing my lean-to, my shed, on whatever other projects I need to do. But today I got to focus on food prep because I don't want things to go bad. Scrubbed and seasoned this 3 times already. Now I'm going to remove it from the heat. All right. It's finally solidified. Keeping some water out of this. Getting it into my frying pan here. If you get a little water in there, it's no big deal. You're going to be cooking it out anyways. But the less water you put in there, the less time it's going to take to render this fat down. And you see that bit right there, that brown piece? You don't want that in there. You want to get rid of that. Leave that in the stock. Rin's licking her lips. She says, yeah, no, I wasn't. Not me. Now put that back on your fire and let it cook down until you hear it stop snapping. It has finally stopped bubbling. Now I'm going to add it to a clean, dry jar. Try not to spill any. This is gold out here. Make sure you let that cool before you put a lid on it. I did a little bit of work on this. This is eventually going to be a window. I just have to frame it out a little bit. I need to get my rafters in to go from here to here. cut this wall accordingly and this wall here accordingly so I can adjust that space. These are too tall for what I need them for. I need it to slope properly, so the rain will go off the back. I'm going to cut this log into 8-foot sections. Now that I've got the 8-foot section, I'm going to use my draw knife to strip the bark, which I can't do one-handed, and I have no tripod to set this up properly. Take it all the way down to the white. I also have my axe in here, or my hatchet in here, to stop this log from rolling, so I can get all of this done without the log rolling over on me. Good morning. Last night I was on YouTube Studio trying to respond to as many of the comments that I missed, but I found that I had 2 day 92s on there. So today's day 99, apparently. So far I've only missed recording 2 days. That was day 13. So I clumped those 2 videos together. That's a 13-14 day video. Day 61. I'm not going to cook anything this morning. I'm just going to brew up some coffee. I'm going to boil water because my fresh water is getting low. Then I can focus on projects today. But breakfast is a handful of fresh tomatoes, some plums. It's only like 40 degrees this morning. The last couple of days been built like 40 or below. I'm moving my butt faster now. Made myself a wooden mallet. I got to split this. I'm going to attempt to do this. I've never done this before. See how the crack is? I want to keep it going down the center. I don't know if this is the best method, but like I said, it's the first time I've ever tried this before. I've seen it done thousands of times, but I've never done it before. There we go. See how it twisted though? That's what I was trying to avoid. Yeah, I got these ones split. This one's a little straighter than the last one. This is not a hewing axe, but it's the closest thing I got. I wish I had a hewing axe, but this one will work. Kind of. It's a lot lighter, so it takes a lot more effort to chop stuff. So not something that I recommend as a regular everyday hatchet. Okay, I've got these hewed. They're as flat as I can get them. You can see here just how crooked this one is. This log is the one that I had planned on also using for this, but as you can tell, it's kind of holding up everything else here. Thinking the wiki up here is going to be a great solution for storage for winter firewood. I'm going to have to put all the debris on that instead if I have to use that other one. Definitely a way to straighten them out using fire. I don't want to do that though. I've cut some notches in here. A chisel, the mallet, the saw. Make some stop cuts and then just take out that center piece. This one's been nailed in. Okay, so this is my progress for today. I'm not a builder, so I didn't think of this. I should have just cut this before I put these on. Same with this side. Should have cut that first. And then I need to put boards on top of that, otherwise the water's going to drip down the inside of my wall here. These are already secured in there, unfortunately, so I don't want to remove those. But what I'm thinking I should do is make several more of these poles. Danger! Can you tell me what this snake is? Oh, it's a puff adder. They are also known as hognose. See how its head looks diamond shaped? Now it's trying to imitate something toxic, a poisonous snake, but it'll flatten its body out here to look like a cobra. There we go. There we go. Yeah, see? They're really cool snakes and they're harmless. Hognoses are diggers. There you go. That's a better spot for you. Rake up leaves onto the tarp. Basically like that. Ugh, my neck and back hurt today. Got a little bit of a headache. I'm not making coffee. Did not start a fire to cook this morning. Ate whatever vegetables I could eat raw after cleaning them. Now I'm going to get this done. This is what I'm going to focus on today. Almost got it all the way done. Just have a few holes to patch up. To celebrate 100 days, well, first off, I'm going to do another BMI here so you can kind of see. I've lost a lot of weight, but I still got a little bit of belly. And I'm going to open this raspberry pop. Fermentation out here is pretty simple. You just have to boil water, sanitize your jars. That easy. And then water and whatever fruit you want. This one could probably use a little bit more sugar. I don't think I had enough fruit in here. Plus, the raspberries aren't as sweet as strawberries are. I do have the rusty nails, but none of these are good enough. Oh, actually, I just found 2 more nails right there. Yep. I got these 6 nails, I guess, but the rest of these aren't long enough, and the majority of them, because they come from pallets, you can see they don't have a point on them. They're flat on the end. I've secured this crooked one. I'll have to move on to another project. I need to pack these walls, but I don't want to do that until the roof is secure. A lot of work to do on this. Thankfully, the wiki up is done. I've got a small start of firewood here. This is obviously too big for me to store. I need to chop it up to be about 6 inches or a little bit bigger so it fits in my wood stove. I'm compiling all of my daily shorts for the last 100 days into a movie. I would greatly appreciate it if you just played that movie in the background so I can reach the 3,000 public watch hours necessary to reach the next milestone. They're really cool snakes and they're harmless. Go on your way. It's okay. It's probably headed to my debris pile right here. This is from the shavings from the logs I was cutting. But I don't want you anywhere near camp, so let's get this underneath of you. Come on. Hog noses are diggers. Keep going. Yep, you keep going. I'm not going to hurt you, I promise. We're hungry, but we're not that hungry. I love snakes. I respect snakes. And plus, I'm pretty sure that you're not on the game species list. Not in my state, anyways. There you go. That's a better spot for you. There you go. Don't worry, the dogs are in the tent. I put them away for you. Keep going. Keep going. Actually, you're fine. I'm going to go back to editing. You stay there.